Chapter 701. So this is fort number 17. Chu Kuangren looked at the bustling streets and taverns on both sides of the street. Everything here was no different from an ordinary city. Chu Kuangren quickly noticed something strange with his emperor's thought. That was because the fort in front of him was not built on the ground, but was floating in outer space instead. The great golden mystic emperor noticed it too. He exchanged a glance with Chu Kuangren before the two of them flew into the sky. When the two of them reached a very high point, they soon encountered an invisible barrier in the sky. Once they passed through the barrier, the first thing they had to face was the extremely heterogeneous spiritual chi flow in the cosmos. The spiritual chi flow was very heterogeneous with all kinds of attributes. If an ordinary cultivator were to face such a spiritual chi flow, it would be a problem for them to survive, let alone absorb it. However, both of them were great emperors with emperor physiques, so the heterogeneous spiritual chi flow did not affect them at all. What they were concerned about was not that. They were currently in the cold and lonely cosmos, and below them was the majestic floating fort. The inside of the city looked no different from an ordinary city, but the outer perimeter was made of huge, pitch-black walls made of strange and incomparably tough iron. Countless runes were carved on the wall, and they could vaguely sense that there were strong cultivators guarding it. So this is fort number 17. TSK, how majestic. Look over there. Suddenly, the great golden mystic emperor looked into the distance and exclaimed. Chu Kuangren looked in that direction too. Looking behind the fort, the two of them saw a blue and white planet in the distance. That was the firmament star. The entire firmament star was shrouded in a faint golden light barrier with Taoist patterns intertwining on it, silently protecting this living planet. Chu Kuangren took a deep breath and activated his emperor's thought, expanding the range of his senses to its limit. He could sense that other than fort number 17, there were a few other similar-sized forts within 100 million kilometers. According to Chu Kuangren's understanding, the Great Ones of the Firmament Star had built a total of 81 forts in the outer realm. They were distributed in the skies above the Firmament Star, each guarding a domain. Haha, this is the outer domain. I feel like my blood is boiling. The golden mystic Great Sovereign was incomparably excited, looking at the planet where he was born and thinking that he would be fighting for this planet. His heart was filled with infinite motivation. Let's head down first, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. In a flash, he returned to the teleportation formation of Fortress 17. Yo, newcomer. Beside the teleportation array, a cultivator looked at the two of them. Judging from their actions and expressions, he could tell that they had only just arrived in outer space. Yes, Great Sovereign Golden Mystic nodded. Newcomer, go to the barracks to register. You can only take your first step in this stronghold after getting your soldier's ID. Do your best. The cultivator kindly reminded him. Thank you. There's no need. Perhaps we'll have the chance to fight side by side in the future. Chu Kuangren and Rong Yuan strolled around fort number 17 for a while. He noticed that not all the cultivators here were emperors. It could even be said that only a very small number of emperors were here. There were tens of millions of living beings and cultivators in the stronghold, but most of them were in the honorable and sage realms. There were not many emperors. These honorables and sages were mostly the descendants of the cultivators who were selected to come to this stronghold in ancient times. They had lived in this stronghold for generations, fighting for the sake of protecting the heavens. This is the barracks. Chu Kuangren and Great Sovereign Golden Mystic Great Sovereign came before a huge iron gate. On top of the iron gate, the word barracks was engraved. Why is this gate closed? Puzzled, Great Sovereign Golden Mystic stood up and shouted, I'm Great Sovereign Golden Mystic. I'm here to register at the barracks. Please open the gate. If you want to come in, sure. Open the gate yourself. A voice came from within the barracks. Chu Kuangren and Rong Yuan saw a few people on top of the wall. These people's auras were not ordinary. They were all emperors. They looked at Great Sovereign Golden Mystic with a playful look on their faces. I wonder how strong this new emperor is. Let's see if he can open this gate. But look at the person next to him. His aura is a little strange. Yeah, I can't tell what his cultivation level is, but he doesn't look that old. I wonder if he's an emperor. I don't know if he's an emperor, but he's just too good looking. He's more good looking than anyone I've ever seen. One of the female emperors gulped and said. When the others heard that, they took a closer look at Chu Kuangren. They too felt that this person was too handsome, and they were secretly amazed. Meanwhile, Great Sovereign Golden Mystic looked at the Iron Gate. He knew that this was a test from the emperors in the barracks. He laughed and rubbed his palms together. Do I have to pay if I break this gate? The few emperors on top of the wall could not help but smile playfully. One of them, a tall and skinny emperor, said, "If you can break it, I'll pay for it." All right. Great Sovereign Golden Mystic let out a low roar as the emperor's chi within his body surged out and turned into a golden fist. When the fist landed on the gate let out a loud bang and dust fell. Countless Taoist patterns intertwined on the surface of the gate, but did not show any signs of opening. F***CKME. Is this iron gate really that heavy? Great Sovereign Golden Mystic was speechless. His punch just now could even destroy 10 mountain ranges, but it couldn't do anything to this metal door. Again, Great Sovereign Golden Mystic activated the Emperor's chi within his body again. Golden Taoist patterns gradually appeared on the surface of his body, and a violent aura poured out like a tidal wave. Thousand Army Fist Scripture. Another punch was unleashed, and a large amount of Emperor's chi fused with Taoist patterns. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging towards the Iron Gate, causing a series of loud, buzzing sounds. On top of the wall, a few emperors looked at Great Sovereign Golden Mystic, who was using all his strength, with a playful look in their eyes. This guy must have just stepped into the Emperor realm. He's only at the first level of the Emperor realm, but he has a good foundation with a top-tier Emperor essence and a flawless Tao. He has a lot of potential to grow. In time to come, he'll definitely be a great asset to our Fort 17th. Indeed, this is interesting. Below, Great Sovereign Golden Mystic panted as he looked at the iron gate that was intertwined with Taoist patterns. He could not help but exclaim, "This iron gate is just too sturdy. I can't believe my Emperor technique can't even scratch it. Why don't I give it a try?" At that moment, Chu Kuangren chuckled. "Go ahead and give it a try. I'm out of ideas anyway." Great Sovereign Golden Mystic felt a little defeated. He had initially planned to show off his skills in the extraterrestrial battlefield, but he was stopped by a gate the moment he arrived. That was quite a blow to him. Yo, the other guy is going to attack. Oh, it seems like he's also an emperor. If Chu Kuangren still dared to attack after witnessing how sturdy the army gate was, it meant that he was at least an emperor. The few emperors on top of the wall looked at each other with interest. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren walked to the front of the iron gate and gently raised his hand. Emperor's chi gathered in his palm, and Taoist patterns appeared. Then he slowly pushed it out. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Chapter 702. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the iron gates of the military camp were instantly blasted apart. Two loud bangs were heard as the gates were sent flying into the military camp. In an instant, the entire military camp was in an uproar. F***CK, what was that sound? What a powerful energy fluctuation. What's going on? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. No one knew who shouted that they were under attack. The soldiers in the military camp rushed out with their weapons in their hands and glared at Chu Kuangren and the Golden Mystic Emperor. Amongst them, there were even dozens of emperors. The Golden Mystic Emperor could not help but gulp when he was stared at by these people. His body trembled as he felt an unprecedented pressure. In front of him, Chu Kuangren was calm. However, there was a hint of annoyance on his face. That was a little too much. I was already holding back. The Golden Mystic Emperor's eyes trembled violently when he heard that. F***CK. What kind of being had he been traveling with all this while? On top of the wall, the emperors who initially had a playful look on their faces were dumbfounded. They stared at Chu Kuangren in disbelief. Where did this ferocious person come from? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop the commanders. At that moment, a female emperor shouted. The others immediately regained their senses and went down the wall to the middle of the crowd to stop the conflict. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Everyone calm down, commanders. This is just a misunderstanding. Their new emperor's here to register. We just want to test them, so we let them open the gates themselves. The tall and skinny emperor quickly explained. The leader of this group of people was a burly man with a full beard. He glared at the tall and skinny emperor. You guys have been messing around the whole day. Now that you've broken the gates, who do you think is going to be responsible for this? The tall and skinny emperor laughed awkwardly before he said to Chu Kuangren sternly, I'm talking to you. What the hell are you doing? Who told you to break the gates? Since you're new here, don't do it again. Understand? Chu Kuangren glanced at him and said, You are the one who said that you'll pay for it if you break it. The skinny and tall emperor's face stiffened. F*CK. Isn't he undermining me too quickly? Don't you know how to cooperate? The commander's expression became even more hostile. He stared at the thin and tall emperor and said flatly, The cost of repairing the gate will be deducted from your salary. If this happens again, you can forget about receiving your salary forever. I know. The thin and tall emperor wanted to cry. And you guys, yes. The other participating emperors hurriedly straightened their backs and stood ramrod straight. Take the two of them to register. Yes. That female emperor walked up to Chu Kuangren enthusiastically. Little brother, my name is Flying Snow. What's your name? Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. When the commander, who was about to leave, heard Chu Kuangren's name, he stopped in his tracks and turned around to stare at him. Not only him, but a few emperors in the crowd were also staring at Chu Kuangren thoughtfully. He's Chu Kuangren? The little guy who stopped the demonic realm's invasion. I can't believe he's already an emperor. That's not all. I heard from the other emperors that this little guy has caused quite a ruckus in the Firmament Star and offended quite a few orthodoxies. The myriad deity sect even suffered a huge loss at his hands. I've long heard of his name. I finally get to meet him in person. Heh, I can't believe the famous Chu Kuangren has come to our fort number 17. He must be the one who blew up the gate. With such strength, he doesn't look like a newly ascended emperor at all. It looks like our fort number 17 is going to be lively soon. Some of the emperors discussed among themselves. Beside them, the Golden Mystic Emperor was dumbfounded. At first, he thought that Chu Kuangren was a newcomer like himself, but now it seemed like Chu Kuangren had a powerful background. With a gentle palm strike, he blew up the army camp's gate. Even after announcing his name, he still attracted so many people's attention. I've long heard from some of my sisters about how good-looking Chu Kuangren is. I've even secretly used my emperor's thought to peek at you. Now it seems that you really live up to your reputation. The Golden Mystic Emperor said in amazement. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, could not help but shudder when he heard that. He had been peeked at by a group of empresses in the past. Then when he bathed, when he slept this group of perverts. The corner of Chu Kuangren's mouth twitched. Let's go. Let me bring you to register. The Golden Mystic Emperor chuckled. Who is he? The Golden Mystic Emperor could not help but murmur as he stared at Chu Kuangren's back. The tall and skinny man patted him on the shoulder and asked curiously, Didn't you come with him? Why? Don't you know him? Before I became an emperor, I've always been in closed-door meditation. It was only a few years ago when the heavenly Tao was restored that I came out and became an emperor. I don't know much about the things that happened in the past, the Golden Mystic Emperor said. This guy is quite famous among the emperors. The tall and skinny man stroked his chin in amazement. Let's go. I'll bring you to register. We'll talk on the way. All right. At the Army Camp's registration office, everyone who came to the fortress had to register their identity. Other than the elusive Taoist masters, no one was an exception. The registration process was rather smooth. All they had to do was take a drop of blood and receive a token. After that, they would be registered as a soldier. As for the drop of blood, it was used using some kind of secret technique. Once a soldier died on the battlefield, the fortress would receive the news. This was beneficial to the management of the fortress and the deployment of combat strength. From now on, I'll be in your care. The Golden Mystic Emperor smiled at Chu Kuangren. You're too kind, Brother Chu. By the way, Brother Chu, this is your first time here. Do you have a place to stay in the fortress? The Golden Mystic Emperor asked. Why, does this place not provide food and accommodation? The soldiers in the fortress are divided into three types. One is the official soldiers, the second is the private soldiers, and the last is the scattered soldiers. The Golden Mystic Emperor explained the distribution of the soldiers in the fortress to Chu Kuangren. The official soldiers were the soldiers of the general's residence. This type of soldier was the strongest, and the general's residence was also the management center of the entire fortress. It governed all the soldiers in the fortress, and in times of need, it could even mobilize all the soldiers in the fortress. It was an extremely powerful force. The private soldiers were the soldiers that were attached to the major forces. For example, the orthodoxies that had lived in the fortress for countless years would more or less have some private soldiers. The scattered soldiers, on the other hand, were those who were unwilling to be attached to the general's residence or other orthodoxies. Most of them were alone or formed small groups to fight outside. If you want food and accommodation, that's easy. All you have to do is register as an official soldier. The Golden Mystic Emperor laughed. Chu Kuangren pondered for a while before he said, "Let me think about it." Why? Do you have some orthodoxy here? And not really. Chu Kuangren shook his head and laughed. At that moment, the Golden Mystic Emperor and the Skinny Emperor walked into the registration office. The Golden Mystic Emperor looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. He had already learned some things about Chu Kuangren from the Skinny Emperor, so he could not calm down for a long time. He felt that compared to Chu Kuangren, he was just a piece of trash. Chapter 703. After the registration, Chu Kuangren left the military camp. As for the Golden Mystic Great Emperor, he was registered as a prefecture soldier. With his strength as a great emperor, he would be very popular no matter where he went in the stronghold. In any orthodoxy, he would at least be a deputy commander. However, he still chose to be a soldier in the general's residence, planning to slowly accumulate battle merits. Chu Kuangren did not ask much about it. Both of them arrived at the fortress at the same time and parted ways without saying anything. After leaving the military camp, Chu Kuangren walked on the streets. He suddenly took out a jade pendant and murmured, "I almost forgot about the jade pendant Qi Xing gave me. Perhaps I'll get something good out of it." This jade pendant was given to him by Qi Xing. He said that he was familiar with the general of the 17th fortress, so if he needed help, he could use this jade pendant to seek help. Chu Kuangren did not need any help, but it was not impossible for him to pay a visit. At that thought, he went to the general's residence. The general's residence was located in the center of the fortress, not far from the military camp. There were many soldiers guarding it, and each of them was the best of the best. Upon seeing that Chu Kuangren had arrived, many pairs of eyes immediately fell on him and scanned him from head to toe. Chu Kuangren answered honestly, "My name is Chu Kuangren. I'm here to pay a visit to the general. May I trouble you to inform him of my arrival? Do you have an invitation?" "No, but I have a jade pendant here. You'll understand when you see it." Chu Kuangren took out the jade pendant and said. The soldier hesitated when he saw the jade pendant, but he still took it and said, "Please wait here." "All right." The soldier took the jade pendant and entered the general's residence. When he arrived at the main hall and was about to enter to report, he was stopped by two other soldiers. One of them said, "The general is currently discussing important matters with a few commanders. No one else is allowed to enter without permission." When the soldier heard this, he waited at the side. Inside the general's residence's main hall, a middle-aged man in a black robe with his hair tied up was discussing with a few commanders about defending against the Blood Tribe. This person was the general of the 17th fortress, also known as the Ghostly Blade Heavenly Honorable. The Chaos spiritual origin on the 7th asteroid is about to form, and the Blood Tribe seems to be on the move. Yes, we'll send someone to investigate. Recently, a small unit of the Blood race attempted to cross the fortress, but they were intercepted and killed by us. They've been making frequent movements recently. Indeed, continue to strengthen the security. Inside the hall, Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade discussed with the commanders for over an hour. Finally, when the commanders gradually left, the prefecture soldier who had been waiting outside walked in. "General, there's someone outside who claims to be Chu Kuangren. He said that he's here to pay you a visit and that you'll understand once you see this item." The soldier took out the jade pendant and said, "Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade's pupils shrank the moment he saw the jade pendant. How long has that person been waiting outside?" "General, it's been about 2 hours." "What? Damn it. Why didn't you bring it in earlier?" "But, General, you're in the middle of a meeting with a few commanders. I don't dare to disturb you." The soldier wanted to cry, but had no tears. Hearing this, General Ghost Blade calmed down. He quickly got up and walked out of the general's mansion with a nervous expression. When the commanders who had yet to leave saw this scene, they could not help but look at each other in shock. Who is it that the general is so cautious about? Did he just say Chu Kuangren? The Chu Kuangren who caused such a commotion in the firmament star that everyone knows about? That can't be right. Even if it's that person, there's no need for the general to be so cautious. Could there be some other reason? Is it that jade pendant? The few chieftains were very curious, so they deliberately slowed down their footsteps as they wanted to meet the rumored Chu Kuangren. Outside the general's mansion, Chu Kuangren had been waiting outside for more than 2 hours. He frowned slightly, feeling a little impatient. Could it be that the general doesn't want to see me? If he doesn't want to see me, then so be it. He should at least return the jade pendant to me, Chu Kuangren muttered. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade quickly walked out of the general's mansion and said, "Brother Chu, I'm really sorry. I was in the middle of a meeting with a few commanders, so I'm sorry for the delay." He spoke sincerely with an apologetic look on his face. Chu Kuangren did not want to lose his temper, so he calmed down and nodded slightly. "It's all right. If the general has other matters to attend to, I'll visit another day. I'll take my leave now. Please wait a moment, Brother Chu. Nothing is more important than you right now." "Come, please come in," Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade quickly said. The soldiers at the side were all dumbfounded. Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade. Just by hearing that name, one could tell that he was not a good person. In fact, as a general who guarded an area, Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade was extremely strict with his troops. He was usually serious and unapproachable. Yet now, he was so friendly towards a young man. The soldiers were all stunned by what they saw. Was this still the general they were familiar with? "Then I shall accept your invitation." Chu Kuangren pondered for a while before he followed him into the general's mansion. At the same time, he saw the few commanders of Fort Number 17. The bearded man that he met in the military camp was also among them. "Brother Chu, we meet again." The burly man laughed heartily. "Yes." Chu Kuangren nodded politely. Then, Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade introduced the commanders of Fort Number 17 to him. Chu Kuangren glanced at them, and the spirit of omniscience began to analyze them. Holy **T. They were all Heavenly Venerates. "Brother Chu, where did you get this jade pendant from?" Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade took out the jade pendant and asked cautiously. "Elder Qi Xing gave it to me. He really is our benefactor." "Where is our benefactor now?" Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade sighed before he asked. "He's currently on Firmament Star, guarding the deity seal. I've long heard that the deities are getting restless. If it weren't for the Blood Tribe, I would have returned to Firmament Star to fight alongside our benefactor and annihilate them all." Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade snorted. Then his expression changed. "If I remember correctly, our benefactor was severely injured during the battle against the deities. Although many years have passed, his injuries are still terrifying. How is he now? Based on Firmament Star's current situation, he should be able to handle it." Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade knew about Qi Xing's injuries. That was an injury left behind by a deity. Even Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade could not heal it. However, with Qi Xing's cultivation level, he could suppress it and heal it on his own, although the process was very slow. Then, Chu Kuangren continued to chat with Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade. From their conversation, he learned that Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade had also participated in the battle against the deities. However, he was not even an emperor back then. He was just a small soldier. He even almost died during a battle against the deities. It was all thanks to Qi Xing that he was able to survive until now. That was why he remembered it until now. As for the jade pendant, it was always with Qi Xing, and it was tainted with his energy. That was why he knew that Chu Kuangren was related to Qi Xing when he saw the jade pendant. Otherwise, Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade would not have treated him so warmly. Chapter 704. Brother Chu, this is your first time here, so I'm sure you must be unfamiliar with this fortress. How about this? Why don't you join my general's residence? I can grant you the position of a commander. What do you think? The Ghost Blade, Heavenly Honorable, said generously. The bearded man's expression did not change much, but the other captains beside him could not help but be shocked. General, please reconsider. That's right. We're not doubting Brother Chu's ability, but Brother Chu is a newcomer without any battle merits. I'm afraid it would be difficult to convince the others to accept the position of a commander. That's right. The few captains objected to the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable's decision. However, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable's gaze turned cold. What? Am I not even qualified to be a commander? No, but general enough. Brother Chu, you can do it if I say so. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable looked at Chu Kuangren with a gentle expression. Brother Chu, are you willing to accept this position? Chu Kuangren pondered for a while before he shook his head and chuckled. I'm not interested in the position. Besides, I've already decided to act as a lone soldier from now on. It's more comfortable for me to move around alone. Lone soldiers were the weakest group in the extraterrestrial battlefield. However, to Chu Kuangren, being a lone soldier had great advantages. First, he was unfettered and would not be bound by any rules. Second, he could move around as a lone soldier, which would increase his mobility and allow him to gain more experience on the battlefield. Moreover, he could enjoy any rewards that he gained. This was a decision he made based on his confidence in his strength. Brother Chu, if you insist on this, then I'll have to respect your decision. Seeing that Chu Kuangren had rejected his offer, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable, who was initially so confident, no longer persisted. Chu Kuangren secretly curled his lips at that. You were acting like you must make me a commander just now. Now you're giving up just like that. You should keep insisting if you have the guts. Chu Kuangren knew that the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable did not really want him to take over the position of commander. He was just testing him. I've seen this kind of trick too many times. However, he did not plan to agree to it anyway. Brother Chu, although you don't want to take over the commander's position, you've just arrived. You should let me play the role of a host. Why don't you stay here? You can't refuse, Ghost Blade Heavenly Lord said. Thank you for your hospitality. Chu Kuangren agreed right away. He was too lazy to find another place to stay if he could get a free ride. Besides, what place in this fortress could be safer than the general's residence? Men, bring fellow Taoist Chu to rest. They'll take my leave first. Chu Kuangren left. In the lobby. Seeing that Chu Kuangren did not take over the position of commander, the few commanders could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It was not that they had anything against Chu Kuangren, but the fact that a newcomer had suddenly become a commander out of nowhere would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the subordinates. If things got out of hand, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. Commander, what do you think we should do if Chu Kuangren really takes over the commander's position? The bearded man asked. Let him be the commander then. As long as he can control the soldiers under him, it'll be fine. If he can't, I can easily take them back, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable said calmly, as if he had everything under control. Inside a room in the general's residence, Chu Kuangren was cultivating. The spiritual qi in this fortress was not much different from the nine heavens and the firmament world. After all, be it the nine heavens or the firmament world, the spiritual qi in these two places originated from the boundless universe. Chu Kuangren suddenly took out a green fruit. It was the world fruit that seventh torture had given him. Including this world fruit, I've already tasted 3 of the 10 great spirit fruits, Chu Kuangren said with a smile. Not many people in this world were as lucky as him. Out of the 10 great spirit fruits, it was already a great fortune for a person to obtain even one. It was not like him, who could continuously consume them. Gulp, gulp. Chu Kuangren quickly swallowed the world fruit into his stomach. He clicked his tongue twice and then licked the juice off the corner of his mouth. It tastes like a green apple. Sour. Then, a mysterious energy erupted from within his body. The universal cauldron physique was activated. Soon, the world fruit's energy was completely refined by him. Each of the 10 great spirit fruits had their own functions. The divine white spirit fruit focused on epiphanies. The divine parasol fruit was good at increasing one's cultivation, and the world fruit contained realm energy. After refining the realm energy, Chu Kuangren's understanding of the divine honorable small realm had deepened, and it had become much more stable. Every time he used the 10 great spirit fruits, it would be of great help to him. That made him look forward to the other spirit fruits even more. However, he also knew that these spirit fruits were hard to come by. It was already a great fortune for him to obtain 3 of them in a row. However, he still had to hold on to some hope. After all, no one could say for sure about things like opportunities of fortune. On this day, Chu Kuangren was using his emperor's thought to observe the entire fortress. He was gathering some information. With his telekinesis talent, his emperor's thought could see and hear, so he could know everything that was happening in the outside world without stepping out of his house. During this process, his emperor's thought would occasionally interact with other emperor's thought. After all, he was not the only emperor in this fortress. Hence, it was not a big deal for them to greet each other. It was just like how they would greet each other on the streets. Suddenly, he could sense a few emperors' thoughts converging in the air. They did not separate, as if they were communicating with each other. If they were unfamiliar emperors' thoughts, Chu Kuangren would not have bothered with them. It would be as awkward as having a stranger ask them what they were talking about when he was chatting with a few friends. However, among these emperors' thoughts, there were 2 that he was familiar with. They were Emperor Flying Snow and Golden Mystic Emperor. Should he go up to them? "Brother Chu, how are you?" Just when Chu Kuangren was hesitating, Emperor Flying Snow's emperor's thought took the initiative to touch him and greet him. "Brother Flying Snow, how are you? We were just talking about something that might have something to do with you. Do you want to hear it?" "Oh, I'm all ears," Chu Kuangren said. It's not a big deal. It's just that the general's young general is about to return, and we're trying to think of a way to deal with him." "The general's young general? Is he the Ghost Blade, Heavenly Honorable's son?" "Nope, it's a girl. She's not the general's daughter either. I don't even know which generation she's from, but she's his most beloved descendant. Sigh, Brother Chu, you don't know this, but this young general of the general's residence is really something. He became a sage at the age of 30 and an emperor at the age of 40. Now, he's already a perfected emperor at the age of 50. This talent of his is definitely one of the best in the history of Firmament Star." "That impressive?" Chu Kuangren was shocked. He was a heavenly honorable before he turned 30. However, that did not stop him from being shocked by his talent. A 50-year-old full emperor was definitely rare in the history of Firmament Star. That's right. It's precisely because she's so impressive that this young general has always thought highly of herself. Not only that, but she also has high expectations for others, especially her grandfather's soldiers. Every time she returns, she'll test us. If we don't meet her standards, we'll suffer. The emperors were a little troubled. That made Chu Kuangren more interested in this general's young general whom he had never met before. Chapter 705. Fort number 17, in the general's office. Chu Kuangren was communicating with the crowd, using his emperor's thought, and he learned a lot about the upcoming young general. The youngest emperor in the history of the fort, the extremely rare ultimate emperor cultivator, and the fastest cultivator to enter the combat leaderboard. All in all, this young general of the general's office was very famous in the fort, and countless cultivators respected him. At that moment, Chu Kuangren sensed 2 auras approaching him. He cut off his emperor's thought and got up to open the door. Outside the door, there were 2 women in red standard robes with black sabers hanging from their waists. They looked valiant and formidable. "Brother Chu, the young general has invited you to the main hall." The 2 women's eyes lit up when they saw Chu Kuangren. But soon, the 2 of them recovered, and said with a serious expression. Chu Kuangren nodded. Let's go. That young general had returned. Coincidentally, Chu Kuangren wanted to see how powerful that person was. In the general's office, in the main hall, the ghost blade, heavenly honorable, was talking to a woman in red. The woman's facial features were exquisite, and she was as beautiful as a peach. Although she was charming, there was a hint of ferocious intent between her brows, like a rose with thorns. She was the young general of the general's office, Honghua Yin. Water. When you meet Brother Chu later, you must behave yourself. Don't do anything stupid, all right? The ghost blade, heavenly honorable, reminded her. Yes, don't worry, grandfather. I know what I'm doing. Honghua Yin said calmly. The ghost blade, heavenly honorable, became even more uncertain when he heard that. Not long after, Chu Kuangren was led to the main hall by the two female guards. Greetings, General, young General. Chu Kuangren greeted them with a fist salute, looking gentle and refined. Beside him, Yin Honghua glanced at him. Even though she had been through hundreds of battles and her heart had long been tempered into a diamond, she still trembled slightly when she saw Chu Kuangren. He really is good-looking. Not only Honghua, but the female guards behind her also whispered to each other, their eyes fixed on Chu Kuangren. This man is just too good-looking. Yeah, look at his body and face. If he wasn't the general's guest, I would have snatched him back. Tis TSK. I really want to bully him. Ahem. The ghost blade, heavenly honorable, coughed twice. Only then did the female guards restrain themselves. Beside him, Yin Honghua could not help but berate. How shameful. Then, she looked at Chu Kuangren and said, I've heard some things about you, and I'm very curious about you. That's why I brought you here. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you're indeed extraordinary, Brother Chu. Young General, you're too polite. Chu Kuangren also glanced at Yin Honghua. With just a glance, he had completely analyzed the other party's information. His strength was about the same as the rumors said. In fact, he was even more outstanding. Not only was he a perfect emperor, but he was also in the 9th stage of the emperor realm, not far from the heavenly master realm. The two chatted casually for a while. I'll be making a trip to the barracks later. Is fellow Taoist Chu interested in coming with me? Yin Honghua suddenly asked. Sure. Chu Kuangren did not reject it. The few of them headed to the barracks. In the barracks, all the soldiers had already heard the news of Yin Honghua's return, and all of them began to double their training. The young general is here. Suddenly, the thin and tall emperor, who had been watching from the top of the wall, shouted. Line up, the bearded commander yelled. Not long after, Yin Honghua, Chu Kuangren, and a few others walked into the barracks. All the soldiers gathered together and stood straight. Li Yudao stepped forward. Yin Honghua called out. The thin and tall man's face turned bitter when he heard that, but he still walked out with his chest puffed out and shouted, Yes, attack me. Yin Honghua said. The thin and tall man was not surprised. He raised his hand and attacked Yin Honghua. The emperor's chi gathered in his palm, and mysterious Taoist patterns appeared. When he blasted out his palm, it set off surging shockwaves that stacked one after another. However, Yin Honghua raised her hand and unleashed a punch. Amidst the explosion, the emperor's chi, Taoist patterns, and endless shockwaves were shattered. The thin and tall man was blasted hundreds of meters away and smashed into the main gate. Another move. It was the same last time, and it's still the same this time. Li Yudao, have you been working hard in your cultivation? Yes. The thin and tall man shouted as he got up from the ground. Double your training. Yin Honghua snorted. Flying Snow, step forward. Yes. Emperor Flying Snow walked out, feeling a little nervous. Following that, Yin Honghua once again punched out. Great Emperor Flying Snow used all his strength to defend against it, barely managing to defend against this fist. Flying Snow, my Red Robe guards are still lacking a deputy commander. If you're willing, you're always welcome, Yin Honghua said. Thank you, young general. I'll consider it. Emperor Flying Snow had been in the barracks for a long time, and she had gotten to know many people here. She was still a little reluctant to leave. Yin Honghua tested another dozen or so people. They were all emperor-level figures. Then she said, I'm a little tired. The rest of the people who were not tested breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Yin Honghua looked at Chu Kuangren, who had been watching behind her, and said, Brother Chu, please help me test the rest. Chu Kuangren was stunned. He was wondering why she would drag him to the barracks for no reason at all. It turned out that she was waiting for him. She's testing me. I don't think that's a good idea. Chu Kuangren was a little hesitant. There's nothing bad about it. These guys have been lazing around for a few days without training. Feel free to test them, and I'll let you know how strong the soldiers of Fort 17 are, Yin Honghua said. Evil Wind, step forward. Yes. Let's exchange a few moves with Brother Chu. Yes. That cultivator, Nefarious Wind, walked out and looked at Chu Kuangren with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Brother Chu, please. Brother Chu, you must be careful. Not only is Evil Wind a captain of the barracks, but he's also an expert on the combat leaderboard. Although his ranking isn't high, he's not to be underestimated. Great Emperor Flying Snow reminded by the side. The combat leaderboard was a leaderboard of the extraterrestrial battlefield. This leaderboard did not refer to one's combat strength, but to one's battle merits. The higher one's battle merits, the higher one's ranking. However, the higher one's battle merits, the higher their combat strength would be. None of those ranked on the combat leaderboard were simple characters. Please, Chu Kuangren said. Evil Wind made his move. Just like his name suggested, the moment he made his move, gusts of black windstorms surrounded him and swept towards Chu Kuangren. His opponent's strength was already at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. That was the strength of a complete Emperor. Chu Kuangren focused his sword fingers, and a sword chi circled around his fingertips, easily tearing apart the black windstorms around Evil Wind. The sword chi swirled and stopped at Evil Wind's throat. He gulped, and the Emperor's chi and aura on his body instantly dissipated. He looked at Chu Kuangren in horror. He had clearly seen the other party's movements with his sword just now. He raised his hand and stabbed out in one smooth motion. The trajectory of the sword technique was even clearer. However, he could not dodge it. This was no longer a difference in techniques. It was a difference in cultivation realms. In the barracks, the soldiers who witnessed this scene could not help but narrow their eyes as they looked at Chu Kuangren solemnly. With just one move, Chu Kuangren had shocked everyone. Chapter 706. I've lost. Wicked Wind gulped as a thin layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He knew very well, as long as Chu Kuangren willed it, he could end Wicked Wind's life with just a flick of his finger, and Wicked Wind would not be able to retaliate at all. No way, no way. Wicked Wind is a strong cultivator on the combat leaderboard. How could he be defeated in just one move? Is this for real? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What was that sword attack just now? What cultivation realm is this guy in? The soldiers in the barracks exclaimed. Even Yin Honghua and the few female guard behind her were surprised. I didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. Wicked Wind is a complete emperor after all. I'm afraid not even the young general could defeat him in one move. As soon as one of the female guards finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that Yin Honghua was beside her. She quickly covered her mouth. This guy's strength is indeed extraordinary, Yin Honghua said with a hint of eagerness in her eyes. She remembered that the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable once said that Chu Kuangren was younger than her, but his achievements were not any lower than hers. Yin Honghua had always been one of the most outstanding cultivators among her peers. A 50-year-old complete emperor was too rare. In the 81 strongholds, there were not many people of the same generation who could be mentioned in the same breath as her. Even if one searched throughout the ages, it was extremely rare to find a cultivator with a talent like her. Hence, Yin Honghua had always been proud of herself. When she heard that someone else's achievements were not any lower than hers, but he was younger, she could not help but want to compare herself. She wanted to see who was more outstanding between her and Chu Kuangren. Zhang Yi stepped forward. Another emperor was called out by Yin Honghua. However, he was still defeated by Chu Kuangren in one move. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Yin Honghua didn't need to call them. Those Emperor Realm cultivation lieutenants and captains stepped out on their own. Allow me to test your skills. Please. After one move, that Emperor was defeated. Allow me. It's my turn now. If I don't believe it. As the Emperors were defeated by Chu Kuangren one after another, and they were all defeated in just one move, the crowd's discussions grew louder. All right, all of you stop. Just then, Yin Honghua stopped the crowd. She walked towards Chu Kuangren and said, Brother Chu, thank you for your hard work. It's fine. Now it's my turn to test it. Young General, please. Not them, but you. Yin Honghua stared at Chu Kuangren with a fiery gaze filled with battle intent. I'd like to test Brother Chu's abilities for myself. She took out a fiery red spear. There were mysterious Tao patterns circulating on the spear, and it was dazzling and resplendent. It exuded an extremely overbearing aura. Fellow Taoist Chu, make your move. Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren sighed in his heart. I knew it. Then I'll be in your care. The descendant self sword on Chu Kuangren's waist automatically unsheathed itself and landed in his palm. He was calculating how many moves he should use to defeat Yin Honghua. One move? Wouldn't this be too embarrassing for the other party? After all, he was currently staying in the general's mansion. It wouldn't be good to defeat him in one move in front of so many people. 3 moves? That didn't seem right. Should I let her have a few moves first? While Chu Kuangren was calculating how to defeat Yin Honghua, she had already raised her spear and thrust it towards him. That thrust was filled with majestic Emperor Qi and Taoist patterns. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging toward him. Very few people in the initial Emperor realm could withstand it. Chu Kuangren raised his sword effortlessly. The sword and spear collided, and with a loud clang, the void instantly exploded. His sword did not move an inch, and he was as steady as a mountain. Chu Kuangren easily blocked that attack, which made Yin Honghua's eyes narrow. There are too many people here. Let's fight in the void. Then, both of them entered the void. In the void, the sword and the spear clashed, and the Emperor Qi and Taoist patterns exploded one after another. Terrifying energy swept across thousands of kilometers in the void. All the experts in the fort noticed it. Many Emperor thoughts entered the void and observed the battle. Some of the emperors could only see that both of them were fighting intensely and were evenly matched. The heavenly honorables, on the other hand, could see that something was amiss. The gap is too big. In the military camp, the bearded commander shook his head and said, he was a heavenly honorable. He could see that the gap between Chu Kuangren and Yin Honghua was too big. They were not even on the same level at all. Both of them seemed to be fighting fiercely, but Chu Kuangren did not go all out because he was concerned about his opponent's reputation. The amount of water he spilled was almost enough to form an ocean. That should be enough. In the void, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. He and Yin Honghua had already exchanged more than 30 moves. He did not even need to use so many moves when he fought the deities, so he figured that he had already given his opponent enough face. Hence, he got a little more serious. He swung his long sword, and a sword ray slashed across the void, tearing apart the sky full of spear shadows, crushing the Emperor Qi and repelling Yin Honghua. Then, the descendant self sword followed like a shadow and landed on her opponent's slender white neck. The outcome of the battle was clear. Chu Kuangren kept the descendant self sword. Thank you, young general. Yin Honghua's expression was extremely gloomy. She glared at Chu Kuangren and gritted her teeth. Do you think I'm an idiot? She snorted and walked out of the void. Back at the military camp, young general, a few captains came up to her and were about to console her. However, before they could say anything, they saw the ugly expression on her face. Let's go. Without another word, she left with a few guards. Chu Kuangren walked out of the void as well. Brother Chu, you've been hiding your true strength. My goodness, even the young general is no match for you. But she seems to be throwing a tantrum now. She's a girl after all. A little coaxing will do, not to mention a handsome man like you. The bearded captain patted Chu Kuangren's shoulder with a meaningful smile. Chu Kuangren looked at Yin Honghua's back helplessly. It seemed like he had gone too far. Haven't I given in enough? Brother Chu, be honest with me. Are you already in the heavenly honorable realm? The bearded captain looked at Chu Kuangren and said solemnly, Yes. Chu Kuangren nodded without hiding anything. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard his words. How old is he? He's already in heavenly honorable. At first, I thought that the young general was already an unprecedented genius. I can't believe there's someone even more insane. Although the bearded captain had already guessed it, he could not help but be shocked when he heard Chu Kuangren admit himself. He then laughed. Very well. Now, our fort number 17 has another heavenly honorable. Heavenly honorables were the backbone of the front line. Every additional heavenly honorable was a great help to a fort. Inside the general's residence, Yin Honghua's expression was terrible. D*M in it. D*M in it. Does this guy really think I'm an idiot? Can't I see that he's giving in to me? Since when did I, Yin Honghua, need someone to give in to me? Yin Honghua was very proud. It was because of this pride that she was very angry with Chu Kuangren. She felt that he was looking down on her. Fighting is a matter of giving your all. I, Yin Honghua, would rather lose completely than accept this kind of courtesy. Yin Honghua gritted her teeth and said, Chapter 707. When Chu Kuangren returned to the general's residence, he did not see Yin Honghua. However, he did see her two guards. The two guards were a pair of sisters. One was called by Chong Xue, and the other was by Chong Quan. They grew up with Yin Honghua. Now, they were Yin Honghua's right-hand woman. The young general is very angry now. I advise you not to appear in front of her for the next few days, by Chong Quan said. This is the first time I've seen the young general this angry. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be like this even if she lost the battle. Little brother, what did you do to the young general? Bai Chongxue asked curiously. Chu Kuangren shook his head helplessly, unwilling to say more. He thought about it on his way back. He already had some guesses as to why Yin Honghua was angry. It seemed that he had gone easy on her, which made her feel humiliated. He did not expect her to be so serious about the battle. Since Yin Honghua was still angry, Chu Kuangren did not want to disturb her. If she was angry, then so be it. What else could she do? He still ate and drank as he liked. However, since he was now living in the general's residence, it was inevitable that they would bump into each other occasionally. Chu Kuangren did not mind Yin Honghua's indifferent attitude towards him as long as she did not interfere with his work. On this day, Yin Honghua, dressed in a bright red armor, went to the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerable. Seeing her like that, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerable knew what she was going to do. Where are you going this time? Ever since Yin Honghua became an emperor, she had formed her own red robe guards and went out to battle every few days. It could be said that Yin Honghua had made rapid progress in just a few years. From when she first stepped into the Emperor realm to the current 9th level Emperor realm, aside from her own talent, her hard work was also inseparable. I'm going to the 7th asteroid belt, Yin Honghua said. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerable frowned. The 7th asteroid belt has been fighting fiercely recently, and there are even Heavenly Venerable realm cultivators around. You may be strong, but it's still too dangerous. I heard that the 7th asteroid has a chaos spiritual source, which is very useful for me to improve my strength. I want to try my luck there. You broke through from the Emperor Origin realm to the 9th layer in just a few years. Since ancient times, how many people can do this? Even if you don't use the chaos spirit source, you can still break through to the Heavenly Venerable realm in a few years. Fortress 17 will also be under your control in the future, so there's no need for you to take risks. Empyrean Ghostblade said earnestly, since there are treasures that can help me break through to the Heavenly Venerate stage quickly, why should I spend time slowly polishing myself? You're too impatient. I know that you wholeheartedly want to avenge you on and the others. However, if you were to go on an expedition every single time and narrowly escape death in order to search for opportunities to break through, what if something were to happen? I'll be fine. Before Empyrean Ghostblade could finish speaking, Yin Honghua interrupted him. I will not die before avenging my father and mother. Grandfather, the heavenly Tao, was incomplete back then, so I couldn't become an emperor. I could endure all that, but now that I've become an emperor, the path of cultivation is right in front of me. As long as I become a heavenly venerable, I'll have the chance to avenge my parents. I don't want to wait another day. Yin Honghua said in a low voice. Empyrean Ghost Blade knew Yin Honghua's temperament very well. He knew that once she had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would change her mind. At that moment, Chu Kuangren walked in. Yin Honghua scoffed when she saw him and said, Grandfather, didn't you say that my achievements are unparalleled throughout history? Don't we have one now, and even more outstanding? Chu Kuangren, who had just walked in, was confused. What's going on? Is she complimenting me? She must be complimenting me. But why would she compliment me out of nowhere? And why does it sound a little weird? General, I'm here to bid farewell. I've been nagging for a long time, but it's time for me to go to the outer realm. Chu Kuangren said with a fist salute. He had come to the outer realm to train, so he could not stay in the general's residence forever. Oh, that's perfect. Empyrean Ghost Blade's eyes lit up, and he said, Horror is about to set off. Why don't you go to the 7th asteroid belt together? There's no need for that, Yin Honghua said. What's going on? Chu Kuangren asked curiously, and Empyrean Ghost Blade briefly told him about the 7th asteroid belt. The battle is intense, and there's a chaos spirit source. It sounds like a good place to train. That's right. With Brother Chu's strength, ordinary places can no longer satisfy your training needs. The 7th asteroid belt has recently been frequented by a lot of experts because of the chaos spirit source. It's a good place for you to train. Empyrean Ghost Blade strongly recommended Chu Kuangren to go there. Chu Kuangren understood what he was thinking, so he nodded after a moment of silence. I'll go there and have a look. Everyone who's going with me is a woman. It's not appropriate for a man to suddenly join me, Yin Honghua said. If you don't agree, then even if you hate me, even if I break your legs, I won't let you go to such a dangerous place. Grandfather, Yin Honghua was exasperated. She then took a deep breath and said, I can bring him along as long as the others agree. If you agree, do you think the others will say no? Empyrean Ghost Blade pouted. Yin Honghua was speechless. She glared at Chu Kuangren and said, Let's gather at the army camp this afternoon. I won't be waiting for you. Then, she flicked her sleeves and left. Brother Chu, I'm sorry. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I want to go to the 7th asteroid belt anyway. Chu Kuangren chuckled. A chaos spirit source was also a type of spirit source, but it was much more advanced. One chaos spirit source was comparable to thousands of emperor-grade spirit sources. He did not want to miss out on such a treasure. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Hua. I know this child has a bad temper, but there's a reason for it. Her parents were killed by a blood tribe heavenly honorable a few decades ago when she was still young. Since then, avenging her parents has become her obsession. Empyrean Ghost Blade told Chu Kuangren about Yin Honghua's story. Yin Honghua's parents died on the battlefield, and since then, she had been determined to avenge them. Hence, she trained herself with all her might. That was how she developed her competitive and difficult personality today. This story was nothing new. In fact, it could even be considered a cliché. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, such stories could be found everywhere. In the afternoon, inside the army camp, Yin Honghua's red robe guards had gathered. Chu Kuangren arrived. This time, Brother Chu will be coming with us, Yin Honghua said reluctantly to the red robe guards in front of her. Then, she said, Of course, if you're not willing, I can report to my grandfather and ask him to leave. She looked at the crowd expectantly. She was just short of asking them to reject him. What? Fellow Taoist, Chu wants to go with us? That's great. Who wouldn't love to fight alongside such a handsome young man? Brother Chu, welcome. I hope you'll take care of us in the future. The red-robed guards whispered to each other excitedly. Yin Honghua did not look too good. She cursed in her heart. A bunch of superficial people. Chapter 708. Let's go, Yin Honghua yelled. She then took out a gigantic, dark battleship. This battleship was similar to some of the ferry boats in Firmament Star, but it was much larger. Moreover, it was made of a special material that was extremely tough. It could adapt to the chaotic spiritual currents in the universe and was equipped with various functions. The number 17 was engraved on the hull of the battleship. It meant that this was the battleship of Fort Number 17. One by one, the red-robed guards leaped onto the battleship, and Chu Kuangren followed suit. Then, accompanied by a loud roar, light patterns began to circulate at the bottom of the battleship, and a powerful propelling force erupted. The battleship activated and rose into the air. Below them, Fort Number 17 became smaller and smaller. We're about to break through the barrier of the fort. Open the barrier. Barrier open. An invisible barrier appeared around the battleship. Soon, the group passed through the barrier of Fort Number 17 and arrived in the cold, silent universe. The chaotic spiritual currents around them were also blocked by the battleship's barrier, so they were not affected at all. Show us the star map and confirm our course. Our destination is the 7th asteroid belt. Yin Honghua stood on a chair and said methodically. A gigantic star map appeared in front of the group. One of the light dots was moving. That light dot was them. Chu Kuangren watched on with interest. Then, he looked at the boundless universe outside the battleship. Looking at the glowing, celestial bodies in the distance, he felt a sense of insignificance. Compared to this eternal universe, the emperors were too insignificant. Even the entire firmament star was insignificant. Chu Kuangren looked at the star map and asked curiously, "How wide is the coverage of this star map?" Yin Honghua did not answer. Instead, it was by Li Xue who smiled and said, "This star map was drawn by the Great Ones in Firmament Star. It covers a radius of 1 light year, with Firmament Star as the center." 1 light year radius? Yes, about 2 trillion kilometers. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. He did not expect the concept of a light year to exist here, and the value was similar. According to the knowledge he learned in his past life, a light year was roughly equivalent to more than 940 billion kilometers. If it was converted to miles here, it would be roughly 2 trillion kilometers. We are about 1/20th of a light year away from the 7th asteroid belt. At the speed of the warship, it will take us about 7 days to get there, by Li Xue said. This warship was the highest quality warship in Fort 17, and its speed wasn't much different from that of an emperor. Chu Kuangren was not in a hurry since he was still 7 days away from his destination. He found an empty room in the battleship and stayed there. Congratulations to the host for drawing the space-time mirror. On this day, Chu Kuangren had a lucky draw. His eyes lit up when he saw the prize, including the lucky halo, the Book of Physique, and the Omniscient Spirit. This was the 4th transcendent reward he had received. He opened his inventory and saw a silver-white item that looked like a compass lying inside. The compass seemed to be formed by layers upon layers of circles within circles. One was made up of 9 circles, and in the middle was a white crystal with countless mysterious patterns engraved on it. Chu Kuangren could only tell that the 2 outermost circles were formed by countless Taoist patterns, but he could not figure out what the 7 innermost circles were. Retrieve the space-time mirror. After Chu Kuangren set up layers of restrictions around him, he retrieved the treasure. In an instant, the palm-sized space-time mirror appeared before him. Xiao AI analyzed the space-time mirror, connecting to the consciousness of the universe. Analyzing. In the past, whenever Chu Kuangren used the Omniscient Spirit, Xiao AI, to analyze anything or anyone, he would get the answer very quickly. It was the same even when he was analyzing the mysterious heavenly punishment Taoist patterns. But now, when he was analyzing the time treasure mirror, he encountered difficulties. A full 2 hours passed. This involves the space-time laws, so I can't fully analyze it. Aren't you the Omniscient Spirit? The Omniscient Spirit, Xiao AI, was speechless. Who knew you have so many strange things on you? I can forcefully analyze it, but you must have enough cultivation to support it. Otherwise, your entire body, soul, physical body, and cultivation will completely collapse. Do you still want to try? Xiao AI said. Forget it then. Chu Kuangren did not want to lose his life just to analyze the space-time mirror. Then, he simply refined the space-time mirror. Normally, he would not be able to refine a treasure that involved the laws of time and space with his current cultivation, but he had obtained it from the gacha roll. In essence, it was his possession. That was why he could refine it. Of course, he only had ownership over it. However, if he wanted to use it, he would have to work hard. 3 days later, Chu Kuangren simply refined the space-time mirror. Just like the Book of Physique, the item entered the depths of his soul. After refining it, he obtained some of the space-time mirror's abilities. The space-time mirror, as its name suggested, was a treasure that used the power of time and space. Space-time power was one of the most mysterious powers in the Great Thousand Cosmos, comparable to soul energy. The first ability, Time Halt. The name alone was enough to tell how insane this ability was. Of course, this ability was not without its limitations. It could only stop time within a certain range, and the effects would depend on the situation. The second ability, Spatial Shift. It could transfer items from one dimension to another. This ability was a little awkward for Chu Kuangren. After all, this ability overlapped with his spatial conveyor technique. However, after some research, he realized that this ability was not completely useless. It could be used in tandem with his spatial conveyor technique, allowing him to use the spatial conveyor technique with greater ease. At the same time, it could also become more powerful. All in all, the abilities displayed by the space-time mirror in the early stages had greatly benefited Chu Kuangren. If he continued to research it, it would definitely be of greater help in the future. As expected of a supreme deity reward, everything is so surprising. Chu Kuangren smiled in satisfaction. He walked out of the warship's room and arrived at the warship's living room. Here, he saw Yin Honghua. She was holding a book in her hands, and she was sitting on a soft leather chair, reading it attentively. As if she had sensed Chu Kuangren's arrival, Yin Honghua glanced at him and then ignored him. She continued to read the book beside her. Chu Kuangren was a little curious. According to the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable, Yin Honghua spent almost all her time on cultivation and battles in order to avenge her parents. She had no time to care about other things. So how could she have the time to read? What are you reading, young general? Yin Honghua hesitated for a while, as if she was considering whether to answer Chu Kuangren. In the end, she said, "The Human Ruler Lore." The Human Ruler Lore? It's about the human ruler. Yes. Chu Kuangren was even more interested now. I've heard some things about the human ruler from a few seniors, but I didn't know that someone wrote a book about him. Are you curious about the human ruler, young general? There is no human who isn't curious about the human king. He is a great king. Without him, the human race would still be under the rule of the gods, living a life of captivity. He is the first and only person in the history of the human race who can be called a king. Yin Honghua's eyes were filled with admiration. Chapter 709. At the mention of the human king, Yin Honghua's eyes were filled with admiration. However, the few red-robed guards around her did not find it strange. After all, they had long known that the human king was Yin Honghua's idol. After all, Yin Honghua's parents had always told her stories about the human king since she was young. One could say that she grew up listening to these stories. In her heart, the human king was already a god. Boom! At that moment, the warship suddenly shook. Yin Honghua's expression turned serious. What happened? Young general, the warship was attacked by an energy attack. Judging from its aura, this energy came from the Blood Tribe. Bai Lichuan said coldly. Yin Honghua's expression turned cold. Turn on the image. A screen appeared in front of everyone. The screen showed that there were several blood-red warships in front of the warship that Yin Honghua and the others were on. The surface of these warships were engraved with all sorts of strange patterns that formed into a totem. Oh, these are the Blood Beasts warships. Yin Honghua sneered. The Blood Tribe was divided into several types, such as the ordinary Blood Tribe, the Blood Beasts, the Blood Spirits, and so on. Judging from the appearance of the warship that was blocking the Fort 17's warship, it was undoubtedly the Blood Beast warship. On that Blood Beast warship, There were a few blood beasts with blood-red eyes and a face full of black fur staring at the Fort 17's warship. One of them was holding a spear in his hand, and a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from his body. Then, he unleashed a blood-red energy attack that smashed onto the Fort 17's warship. The Fort 17's warship was shaken by the attack, and it could not help but slow down and stop in space. When the blood beasts saw that, they immediately burst into laughter and danced on the deck. Quite pleased with themselves, Yin Honghua sneered before she turned around and walked out of the hall. Chu Kuangren watched for a while before he followed her out of curiosity. It was his first time seeing a blood tribe, so he could not help but be curious. On the deck of the warship, hundreds of red-robed guards were ready to go. They stared coldly at the warship not far away. "Open the barrier," Yin Honghua said calmly. A hole appeared on the barrier outside the warship. Immediately afterward, Yin Honghua's figure flashed, and she rushed out of the warship's barrier, shooting toward the nearby Blood Beast warship. Wow, he charged out just like that. He's quite brave. Chu Kuangren shook his head and laughed. His figure flashed, and he also flew out of the warship. As the two of them soared through the cosmos, Yin Honghua locked onto one of the warships. She raised the spear in her hand and stabbed out. The majestic spear energy was incomparably domineering. It was wrapped in Tao patterns and the arch-chi. Amidst the rumbling, the chaotic chi flow of the universe exploded. Waves of chi swept out. The Blood Beast warship's barrier also began to crack inch by inch. It's an Emperor-class expert. There's an Emperor-class expert on this warship. Everyone, be careful. The cultivators of the Blood Beast race were in chaos. One of the emperors looked at Yin Honghua with a solemn expression and raised a red spear in his hand. Yin Honghua thrust her spear again. The barrier on the warship exploded on the spot. Yin Honghua rushed into the warship and engaged in a fierce battle with the Blood Beasts. Brandishing her spear, she easily killed one Blood Beast after another. Only some emperors would be able to exchange a few blows with them, but the strongest emperors amongst the Blood Beasts were only at the advanced stage. Compared to Yin Honghua, who was at the full stage, they were much weaker. When Chu Kuangren saw that his opponent was slaughtering the Blood Beasts and was no longer in danger, he ignored her. At that moment, a blood-colored energy shot towards him. Without even looking at it, Chu Kuangren shattered the blood-colored energy with a backhand punch. Then, he locked his gaze on another warship. On that warship, a Blood Beast was looking at Chu Kuangren in horror while holding a spear and trembling. He had used all his strength in that attack. However, Chu Kuangren had slapped it away with a single slap. The difference was too great. "Run! Run now!" That Blood Beast hurriedly yelled. The warship turned around and tried to escape. However, Chu Kuangren had already arrived above the warship and stomped his foot. With a boom, the warship shook violently and the barrier collapsed. The light patterns that covered the entire warship were shattered because of that stomp. Chu Kuangren arrived on the warship. One of the Blood Beasts wielded a weapon and charged at him. However, before he could get close, an invisible force had already crushed him into a cloud of blood mist. Chu Kuangren glanced at the rest of the Blood Beasts. He could sense an aura that was completely different from that of the firmament star. Xiao AI analyzed this. The spirit of omniscience has been activated, connecting to the consciousness of the universe. Connection successful. Beginning analysis of target. Blood Beasts, a branch of the Blood Tribe. They come from a high-level living planet in the universe, the Blood Source planet. Information about the Blood Beasts appeared in Chu Kuangren's mind, giving him a basic understanding of the Blood Tribe. Kill. Just as Chu Kuangren was analyzing the Blood Beasts, they suddenly launched an attack on him. Of course, these attacks were useless against him. Chu Kuangren activated his mind power. Bursts of blood mist exploded on the battlefield. Blood shade power. At that moment, one of the Blood Beast Emperors roared. Streams of blood-colored mist erupted from the bodies of the dead Blood Beasts, which surged towards the Blood Beast Emperor. This Blood Beast Emperor's strength immediately soared. The blood shade power absorbs the blood of its own kind to strengthen itself. Is this the exclusive divine ability of the Blood Tribe? Chu Kuangren revealed a playful look. In the long battles against the Blood Tribe, this divine ability of the Blood Tribe had caused the cultivators of the Firmament Star to suffer many losses. Fortunately, this divine ability could only be used by the Blood Tribe with a higher gray bloodline. Otherwise, the Firmament Star would be in a much more difficult situation. After absorbing the blood of its own kind, the Blood Beast Emperor unleashed an even more powerful strength and stabbed his spear at Chu Kuangren. A bloody storm swirled around the spear, giving it an extremely powerful aura. However, Chu Kuangren stretched out his finger and tapped the void gently. Time halt. A mysterious fluctuation appeared, and the time within a 10-meter radius around Chu Kuangren suddenly stopped flowing. Everything became still, and there were no longer any changes. It was the same for that Blood Beast Emperor. The spear in his hand stopped in midair. His ferocious face did not change at all, and the violent Emperor's chi became still as well. Everything was like a painting that was frozen in midair. That scene shocked the red-robed guards on the warship. They were extremely shocked. Bai Lichuan asked in shock, "What kind of ability is this? What is this strange feeling of being out of place with the rest of the space? Is it some kind of domain-type ability? Doesn't seem like it. It's too strange." Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren was silently counting down. 1 second, 2 seconds. When he was counting down, he had already circled behind that Blood Beast Emperor. 2 seconds later, time returned to normal. Boom! The Blood Beast Emperor's spear struck the warship. There was no one in front of him. He suddenly felt a numbing sensation on his scalp, as if he was shrouded in some kind of great terror. His body trembled uncontrollably. What the hell just happened? Although his consciousness had stopped working when time stopped, he was still an emperor after all. He could still sense that something was not right after he recovered, and that was enough to scare him out of his wits. Chapter 710. 2 seconds. I can stop time within a 10-meter radius, and I can even stop a great emperor for 2 seconds. If one's cultivation level is higher, the time will be shortened as well. If it's a heavenly honorable, I can only stop them for 1/10 of a second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1/10 of a second. It seemed like there was no difference. However, for an expert like Chu Kuangren, 1/10 of a second was more than enough for him to do a lot of things, let alone kill someone. In other words, this time stop would become Chu Kuangren's ultimate weapon. Within a 10-meter radius, no one below the Downlord level could defeat him. But it's a little exhausting, so I can't use it continuously in a group battle, Chu Kuangren murmured. Even so, this time stop still had an unimaginably terrifying power. The power of space-time was too powerful. What did you do? That Blood Beast Tribe Emperor was still in shock. He still did not know that he had lost 2 seconds of time. All he knew was that he must have experienced something horrifying. It's just a small time technique. Chu Kuangren was in a good mood, so he gave a rare explanation. After all, his opponent was already a dead man to him. Time technique? You actually know time techniques? How is this possible? The Blood Beast Emperor was in disbelief. Everyone knew how difficult it was to master time techniques. No one in the entire Blood Tribe had ever heard of someone who could master time techniques. Yet now, a firmament human had mastered time techniques. D***die. After the Blood Beast Emperor recovered from his shock, he roared and charged towards Chu Kuangren with his spear. He thrust his spear straight into his opponent's body. It was a success. The Blood Beast Emperor was overjoyed. However, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked down and saw that a bloody spear had pierced through his chest. He could not be more familiar with that spear. It was the weapon that he had carried with him for many years. Yet now, that weapon had pierced through his chest. What's going on? The Blood Beast Emperor was confused. He had clearly pierced the firmament human's chest with his spear, so why did it suddenly appear on his body? Are you surprised? Chu Kuangren took 2 steps away. He didn't have any injuries on his body. The Blood Beast Emperor's spear had pierced the void in front of him. The Blood Beast Emperor slowly pulled out the spear from the void, and the spear in his chest also gradually left his body. Spatial power. The Blood Beast Emperor seemed to have understood something as it stared at Chu Kuangren. Not only did he have temporal abilities, but he also had spatial abilities. What kind of freak was this? Not bad. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. How did you do it? It's very simple. Place a spatial passage in front of my chest, and then set up a connection port behind you. Back then, when you stabbed the spear into the passage in front of me, it would come out from the connection port behind you. Then, you would kill yourself. Chu Kuangren chuckled. This technique was a combination of his spatial conveyor technique and the temporal mirror's spatial transference ability. Originally, it could have been achieved by teleportation alone. It was just that it wasn't as easy as it was now. I killed myself. The Blood Beast Emperor was dumbfounded. Was that possible? Time and spatial abilities? Who the hell are you? The Blood Beast Emperor regained his senses and looked at Chu Kuangren in disbelief. It was his first time encountering such a strange cultivator. Heh, I'm just an ordinary human cultivator. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Ordinary? You call this ordinary? The Blood Beast Emperor almost vomited blood. It's my first time using this spatial ability, and it's also my first time encountering a blood tribe. I'm a little excited, so I'm a little talkative today. Chu Kuangren laughed. Then, he pointed a finger at the Blood Beast Emperor. Sword chi shot out from his fingertip and easily pierced through the Blood Beast Emperor's heart. The Emperor's chi surged and completely severed the Blood Beast Emperor's life. He did his best to preserve the Blood Beast Emperor's body. He wanted to bring it back to study the Blood Tribe's physique. Who knew? He might be able to master some ways to deal with the Blood Tribe. Not far away, Yin Honghua had already killed the Blood Beasts on the other warships. She glanced at Chu Kuangren. You're stronger than me, so why are you so slow in killing all the cultivators on the warship? I suddenly got into a playful mood and wasted some time. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Meanwhile, the red-robed guards on the warship who had witnessed how Chu Kuangren killed the Blood Beast Emperor could not help but shudder. Isn't that just a game? That Blood Beast Emperor could not fight back at all in front of Chu Kuangren. He was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. Wait a minute. What did the young general say just now? Suddenly, everyone regained their senses and recalled what Yin Honghua had said. You're stronger than me? Oh my God, that competitive young general actually admitted that someone else was stronger than her. What a rare occurrence. At that moment, the red-robed guards' gazes shifted back and forth between Yin Honghua and Chu Kuangren. Their gazes were rather intriguing. You don't say. Our young general is quite a good match. You're right. Yin Honghua's expression darkened when she heard the red-robed guard's whispers. What are you guys waiting for? Go and clean up the battlefield. Yes. The red-robed guards immediately shut up and went to clean up the battlefield. Not long after, the few Blood Beast warships had been emptied of anything useful. Even the corpses were not spared. Chu Kuangren shuddered as he looked at a few red-robed guards who were knocking on the corpses. He asked curiously, what are they doing? Collecting battle merits. Bai Li Xue smiled. Battle merits? Yes, the fangs of the blood beasts, the soul cores of the blood spirits, and the winged bones of ordinary blood tribe members. These are all battle merits, Bai Li Xue said. Chu Kuangren pondered. In a fortress, the status of a soldier could be determined through battle merits. Naturally, battle merits were obtained from battles. The more blood tribe members killed, the more battle merits one could obtain. What Bai Li Xue was talking about was proof of battle merits. Only with these items could one prove that one had killed a blood tribe member. An honorable is worth 1 battle merit. A sage is worth 10 battle merits. And an emperor is worth 1,000 battle merits. The higher the battle merits, the more respected one's status in the fortress. If one's name is on the combat leaderboard, they'll be awarded medals and enjoy various privileges in the fortress. Take our young general, for example. She's ranked 27th on the combat leaderboard of the 17th fortress. Bai Li Xue smiled. How many battle merits do I need to be on the combat leaderboard? Chu Kuangren asked curiously. At least 100,000 battle merits. How many battle merits does the young general have now? Let me think. The last time we registered, it was 3,180,000 battle merits. Li Shue said after some thought. Chu Kuangren was speechless. 3,180,000 battle merits. How many Blood Tribe members did she have to kill? No wonder the Ghost Saber Honorable said that Yin Honghua's cultivation was too radical. One could tell from the battle merits that she had spent the past few years killing. It was a miracle that she did not go berserk. Chapter 711. Brother, these are the Blood Tribe members you killed. Li Shue took out a pile of bloody fangs and tossed them in front of Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren glanced at them and casually tossed them into his yin and yang ring. These fangs could be exchanged for a few thousand battle credits, although they were far from Yin Honghua's. However, this was only his first expedition. How far are we from the 7th asteroid belt? Soon. We'll be there by today. However, we've already encountered the blood beasts before we even get close. It seems like the battle here is quite intense. Li Shue smiled. Soon, the group arrived at the 7th asteroid belt. There were meteorites, battleship wreckage, and other cosmic dust floating everywhere. There were also many small planets of different sizes. However, most of these planets were barren with no signs of life. In the center of these planets was a dark yellow asteroid with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. That was the destination of their trip. We're about to reach the 7th asteroid. All right, we'll stop nearby, Yin Honghua said. Then, Li Chuan steered the battleship to a small planet beside the 7th asteroid. The Red Robe guards then stepped out of the battleship. Yin Honghua kept the battleship away. Let's go. The group then flew towards the 7th asteroid. Not long after, the group arrived on the surface of the planet. The surroundings were barren, and the spiritual qi was chaotic. It was not suitable for living beings at all. Let's move out. Our first goal is to find the chaos soul sources. If we encounter any Blood Tribe members, kill them, Yin Honghua said to the group. Yes, let's go that way. Chu Kuangren suddenly pointed in a direction and said. Yin Honghua frowned. Why? There are 3 chaos soul sources over there. You have some kind of technique to sense treasures? Yes. Chu Kuangren nodded. Yin Honghua pondered for a while. Let's go. The group headed in the direction Chu Kuangren pointed and soon arrived at a barren mountain range. There, they found 3 gray rocks that nurtured chaos qi. They were the chaos soul sources. Chaos qi, it's been a long time. Chu Kuangren recalled the time when he recklessly absorbed the chaotic qi in the burying emperor's coffin. It was also the chaos Taoist master who dissipated his cultivation base to produce a large amount of chaotic qi that allowed him to form the ultimate emperor essence. Of course, the chaotic energy in the spiritual source couldn't be compared to that time, but the thick chaotic energy was enough for a normal emperor's cultivation to rise quickly. There are 3 chaos spiritual sources here. What do you intend to do with them? Yin Honghua looked at Chu Kuangren and said. Since Chu Kuangren had discovered the chaos spirit source with his treasure locating skill, Yin Honghua had no reason to object even if he wanted to keep it for himself. This is a low-grade chaos spiritual source. I'm already an Empyrean, and such a low-grade chaos spiritual source isn't of much use to me. How about this? You can have all the low-grade and mid-grade chaos spiritual sources we find in the future. The high-grade chaos spiritual sources and above are mine. Chu Kuangren said after some thought. Yin Honghua pondered for a moment. Thank you. She knew very well how useful Chu Kuangren's treasure locating skill was in a place like this. If they were to search for the chaos spiritual sources on their own, they might not even find one even after 10 days or half a month. If they followed Chu Kuangren, they would undoubtedly gain more. Oh, I can't believe you still know how to thank me. Chu Kuangren chuckled and said, I've stayed in the general's residence for quite some time. Consider this as me returning the favor. He then tossed the few chaos spiritual sources in his hand to her. Yin Honghua felt a little conflicted as she looked at the spiritual sources in her hand. Previously, she had always held a grudge against Chu Kuangren for letting her win in battle. However, that grudge had gradually dissipated over the past few days. Now, Chu Kuangren had helped her so much. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that she was too petty. Yin Honghua felt ashamed. It's the energy of a chaos spiritual source. Haha, I found it. Oh, it's the people of Firmament Star. Kill them. At that moment, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared around them. Just like the blood beasts from before, these people had a pair of red eyes. However, they did not look as ferocious as the blood beasts. On the contrary, they looked no different from ordinary humans. The only difference was that they had a pair of black bat wings on their backs. It's the cultivators of the blood tribe. The red-robed guards immediately took out their weapons and guarded their surroundings. Kill. When the Firmament Star cultivators encountered the cultivators of the blood tribe, there was no need for words. Killing was the only way to resolve the situation. The invading blood tribe cultivators were all below the Emperor realm, so they were no match for Yin Honghua and the others. Soon they were all killed. After the battle, the red-robed guards removed the bones from the wings of the blood tribe cultivators. Although it could not be exchanged for many battle merits, it was still something. In the next few days, Chu Kuangren used his treasure locating skill to locate the chaos spiritual sources and led the red-robed guards to collect them. In just 2 days, they had already obtained dozens of chaos spiritual sources. The red-robed guards were all smiles. Brother Chu was indeed the right choice to bring us along. His methods are just too brilliant. Yeah, it's only been a few days, and he's already brought us so many chaos spiritual sources. How could it be so smooth in the past? It'll be great if we can go on expeditions with Brother Chu every day. He's good-looking, powerful, and can even hunt for treasures in your dreams. Actually, it's not impossible. Think about it. If our young general can go on expeditions with Brother Chu, won't they be able to go on expeditions together? In a clearing, the red-clothed guards had just gone through a battle with the blood breeds and were resting where they were. They were all talking at the same time. Shut up, all of you. Yin Honghua glared at Bai Li Xue and the others. Bai Li Xue chuckled and said, "Young general, after so many years, this young man is the only one that we think is worthy of you. Are you sure you don't want him? I won't think about this before I kill my enemies." Yin Honghua glanced at Chu Kuangren, who was fiddling with the blood tribe's corpses, and said indifferently, "Did she have feelings for Chu Kuangren? All right, a man as outstanding as Chu Kuangren would make even a woman like Yin Honghua fall for him. However, her obsession was too deep. Before she could get her revenge, too many unnecessary emotions would only affect the speed of her cultivation. Hence, she could only forcefully suppress this desire. Young general, aren't you tired of living like this?" Bai Li Xue sighed and looked at Yin Honghua with heartache. The rest of the red-robed guards were upset too. "Because this is the reason why I live," Yin Honghua said indifferently. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Young general, since you don't want him, then I won't hold back anymore. I don't want to miss out on such a good young man." Bai Li Xue smiled mischievously. "Up to you." Bai Li Xue got up and walked towards Chu Kuangren. He was still studying the blood tribe's corpses and seemed to be unaware of their conversation. "Brother Chu, what are you doing?" "I'm studying the physiques of these blood tribe cultivators," Chu Kuangren said. He had studied the blood beast emperor's physique before and had a complete grasp of it. Now, he was studying the physiques of the other blood tribe cultivators to see if there were any differences between them. There were some results. "Good job. Only by knowing one's enemy can one emerge victorious," Bai Li Xue said casually. In fact, she did not know what Chu Kuangren could achieve from his research. "Did you hear what we were talking about?" "No." Chu Kuangren denied it immediately. "What do you think of our young general?" Bai Li Xue asked curiously. "Very good, but it's impossible between us. So you don't have to be a matchmaker, brother Bai Li Xue." Chu Kuangren laughed. "Why not? I already have a family," Chu Kuangren said directly. "Ah." Bai Li Xue's jaw dropped when she heard that. The red-robed guards who were eavesdropping not far away were dumbfounded. In a trance, their hearts shattered one by one. Chapter 712. "Brother Chu, you have a family? How is that possible? I feel like I've fallen out of love." "Ah, who would be so lucky to become Brother Chu's Taoist partner?" "Sob, why can't it be me?" "No, Brother Chu, you belong to everyone." When the red-robed guard heard that Chu Kuangren had a family, All of them wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When Yin Honghua heard that, her heart trembled. She was a little upset too, but she took a deep breath and said, "That's good too. Now I can stop thinking about him and focus on my cultivation." Her Taoist core was strong, and she soon broke free from her depressed mood. The other red robe guards did not have such a strong Taoist core, so they were both envious and resentful of Chu Kuangren's unknown Taoist partner. Everyone crowded around him and started asking questions at once. "Brother Chu, what's your Taoist partner's name? Is she as beautiful as our Major General? Where is she now? Fellow Chu, don't tell me you deliberately made this up to deceive us?" Chu Kuangren was getting a headache from the series of questions. Suddenly, he felt a wave of energy coming from afar, and his eyes lit up. This energy is a supreme chaos spirit source. He was overjoyed. After all the chaos spirit sources that he had found in the past few days were of the middle and lower tier. There was not a single top-tier chaos spirit source, not to mention this supreme chaos spirit source. If he had a supreme chaos spirit source, his cultivation level might not be able to break through to the middle-level heavenly honorable realm, but it would at least allow him to take a big leap from the lower-level heavenly honorable realm. However, there are many other energies around this supreme chaos spirit source. "Someone is fighting," Chu Kuangren murmured. He said to Yin Honghua and the red robe guards, "There's movement over there. I'll go check it out. Be careful." He immediately used the space transportation technique and disappeared from where he stood. The remaining red-clothed guards sighed in despair. "What good man? Too bad he's not mine." Inside a mountain range on the 7th asteroid, a group of cultivators was engaged in a fierce battle. The two parties involved in the battle were the cultivators of the Firmament Star's human tribe and the Blood tribe. At the center of the battlefield, on top of a mountain peak, there was a 2-meter-tall gray stone with wisps of chaotic energy circulating around it. "Commander, let's retreat first," a Firmament Star cultivator said to a middle-aged man. The burly man held a long sword in his hand as he glanced at the chaotic spiritual source on the mountain peak with an unwilling look in his eyes. "This won't do. I must obtain this spiritual origin of chaos. I'll kill anyone who dares to retreat." The middle-aged man roared. Beside him, the cultivator gnashed his teeth. "But the vampires have the upper hand. Our brothers won't be able to hold on for much longer. You fellows hold on for now. I will go get the chaos spiritual essence. After that, we will retreat." After saying that, the middle-aged man charged towards the chaos spiritual essence. "Damn, this greedy commander." The cultivator cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do to stop him. Seeing that more and more of his brothers were being killed and injured by the Blood tribe, he let out a loud roar and charged into the crowd. The middle-aged man rushed towards the chaos spirit source. As he got closer and closer, he saw a blood-red figure in front of him. The blood-red figure threw a punch, and in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Then, he stood on top of the chaos spiritual essence. It was an extremely handsome Blood tribe man. He wore a blood-red armor and held a dark red, long-handled broadsword in his hand. "Human heavenly venerable, if you want this chaos spiritual essence, you'll have to ask for my opinion first." The Blood tribe man smiled playfully. "D*M in it. It's a Blood tribe heavenly venerable." The middle-aged man's face darkened. Without further ado, the Emperor's chi on his body surged, and Taoist markings spread out, intertwining in the void and forming a small world. The Blood tribe man chuckled and opened his own small world. The two small worlds collided, and the void was instantly distorted. Kill. Both of their cultivation levels were almost the same. Even if they used their small worlds, they would not be able to suppress the other. Seeing this, the middle-aged man rushed out. The longsword in his hand gathered Emperor's chi Taoist markings, and he slashed out a huge sword chi that was thousands of feet long. Within the sword chi, the Emperor's chi and Taoist markings flowed, and its power was majestic. "Good one," the Blood tribe man chuckled, and also slashed out with his sword. The blood-colored sword light and sword chi intertwined. It was the clash of Emperor's chi against Emperor's chi and Taoist markings against Taoist markings. The entire void collapsed, and the surrounding mountains began to crumble. The chaos spiritual essence also flew out and fell in the distance. Seeing this, the middle-aged man wanted to snatch it, but he was blocked by the Blood Tribe man. Helpless, he could only fight again, and not far away. The other cultivators were also fighting more and more fiercely. The human side in the sky was already at a disadvantage, and the middle-aged man, as the leader, was entangled by the Blood Tribe, heavenly venerable, and could not return to help. Gradually, the human side suffered more and more casualties. Originally, they still had the strength to retreat, but now they could only be surrounded by the Blood Tribe, struggling to hold on. Damn it, damn it! The middle-aged man kept swinging his sword, but no matter what he did, he could not do anything to the Blood Tribe man opposite him. Haha, foolish guy, if you did not covet this chaos spiritual essence and retreated with the others, you could still live. But now you have no chance. The Blood Tribe man laughed. A powerful force erupted from his body, and then he slashed out with his sword. The blood-colored sword light was like a crescent moon that cut through the void, and the middle-aged man was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Puff! The middle-aged man's emperor body was injured, and he directly vomited blood. He looked at the Blood Tribe man in disbelief. Middle-level, heavenly venerable. You are actually a middle-level, heavenly venerable cultivator. That's right. I was playing with you just now. Otherwise, if I revealed my cultivation from the beginning, you would have been scared away. Then, how could I catch all of you in one fell swoop? The Blood Tribe man sneered. The rest of the humans in the sky below were completely in despair. A middle-level, heavenly venerable, and so many Blood Tribe people around them. Even if they did not suffer any injuries, they would not be able to win. Not to mention that there were only a few defeated soldiers left. This pig-headed leader, I told him to retreat long ago, but he was blinded by that chaos spiritual essence and could not see the situation clearly. The cultivators who asked to retreat earlier cursed. On the battlefield, a good leader was very important because his decisions often concerned the lives of countless soldiers. Obviously, these people did not have a good leader. Now you can all die. The Blood Tribe man let out a soft roar, and the small realm energy on his body suddenly increased, instantly suppressing the middle-aged man in front of him. However, just when he was about to kill the middle-aged man in one fell swoop, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void. A figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield and stood beside the chaos spiritual essence. In front of everyone, that person kept the chaos spiritual essence into his yin and yang ring. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Who was this person? How did he appear here? These two questions popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. When the Blood Tribe man saw who it was, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No matter who you are, as long as you're a Firmament Star cultivator, you are a cultivator of my Blood Tribe. Die. The Blood Tribe man swung his sword at Chu Kuangren from afar. Chapter 7:13. The blood-red saber light cut through the void, splitting the void. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren channeled his Emperor's Qi and unleashed a palm attack. The majestic Emperor's Qi transformed into a giant golden palm with Buddhist light circulating around it. With a loud bang, the surrounding earth and rocks flew into the air and the ground cracked. Chu Kuangren narrowed his eyes and looked at the Blood Tribe male not far away. Mid-level Empyrean. There was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. This was the first time he had fought against a middle-level heavenly venerable. Another Empyrean. The Blood Tribe man's expression changed slightly, and a hint of solemnity appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside him wore an expression of joy. Save me, fellow Taoist. Oof, you want to save him? No way. Kill them all. The Blood Tribe man shouted at the rest of the Blood Tribe cultivators. Yes. The Blood Clan cultivators charged at the remaining cultivators in a frenzy. The Blood Clan man also charged toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he clenched his teeth as he resisted with all his might. "Fellow Taoist, I'm the leader of the sword race. Save me first," the middle-aged man shouted. A strange look flashed across Chu Kuangren's eyes when he heard that. Commander of the sword race? What a coincidence to be able to meet someone from the sword race here. However, these are not his criteria for saving people. He saw that the middle-aged, burly man, the commander of the sword race, was still able to hold on for a while even though he was surrounded by perils. On the other hand, the rest of the cultivators were already in imminent danger under the siege of a group of blood tribe cultivators, so he chose to save the others first. In a flash, he appeared in the crowd. With a thought, a huge silver-white rune appeared out of thin air. It was the Space Freeze rune. Space Freeze runes descended from the sky, sealing the space within a radius of several hundred li. All cultivators below the Monarch realm felt their movements being greatly restricted. Following that, surges of sword chi shot out from Chu Kuangren's body and turned into sword chi clones that killed the blood tribe cultivators one by one. Tens of thousands of blood tribe cultivators had fallen with just a wave of his hand. Everyone's crisis had been resolved. In the end, Chu Kuangren looked at the battle between the swordsman and the blood tribe leader. The swordsman's body was already riddled with several saber wounds, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. He could be killed at any time. Chu Kuangren took a step forward and stood in the middle of the battle. The power of two small worlds, one strong and one weak, crushed towards him. "Unlock your little world," Chu Kuangren said to the swordsman tribe leader. "Why? You think you're a hindrance?" Chu Kuangren frowned. Seeing that everyone was a human cultivator from the firmament, he came to their rescue. He didn't expect the other party to be so uncooperative. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be nice to the other party. "You?" The sword race's commander's face sank, but he still did not release his small world. He said, "The other party is a middle-level heavenly lord. Right now, I can only fight against him with my small world. If I release it, you won't be able to fight against him alone. If you don't want to undo it, that's up to you." Chu Kuangren did not bother to say anything else. He looked at the blood tribe male and lifted his hand to activate his Emperor's Chi Taoist mark, opening up his little world. An invisible force suddenly exploded. The cloud stopped and the wind stopped. The moment Chu Kuangren's small world opened, the other two heavenly honorable realms' small worlds instantly crumbled. Suffering from a backlash, they were sent flying and looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. This small world is so strong. Judging from his aura, he's only a lower-level heavenly honorable. Why does he have such a terrifying small world? A small world was an evolution of a heavenly honorable Tao. The strength of a small world was closely related to one's Tao and foundation. Chu Kuangren's perfect Tao was the ultimate emperor's essence. His combat strength far surpassed others in the same realm. So his small world was naturally not something a heavenly honorable of the same realm could compare to. Even a middle-level heavenly honorable would be suppressed as long as their Tao and foundation were not as strong as Chu Kuangren's. Obviously, that was the case for the two heavenly honorables present. Retreat. After seeing Chu Kuangren's small world, the blood tribe male knew that he was no match for Chu Kuangren even if his cultivation level was higher. Hence, he made a quick decision and immediately fled. However, he was now inside Chu Kuangren's small world. So where could he escape to? "In my small world, you have nowhere to go," Chu Kuangren said indifferently. A surge of realm energy erupted and turned into silver-white world chains that bound the blood tribe male. The ***. The blood tribe male let out a roar and swung his sword. It spun in the air and shattered the world chains one by one. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to escape from Chu Kuangren's small world, the blood tribe male's murderous intent skyrocketed, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. "Once I kill you, this small world will be gone." Blood primal force. Wisps of blood-colored mist rose from the corpses of the blood tribe members around him, sweeping toward him and entering his body. The blood tribe male's aura skyrocketed as he swung his sword. undefeatable technique, universal reversal. The descendant self-sword at Chu Kuangren's waist suddenly slashed out. A purple sword ray shot out and locked onto the Blood Tribe male. A horrifying scene of the sun and moon reversal and the shattering of the stars appeared. The void continued to explode as large pieces of the universe collapsed. Premium mystery. Not far away, the swordsman tribe leader's eyes narrowed. A premium mystery was too rare. Even a heavenly honorable, like him, could only master a low-tier mystery after studying it for so many years. A premium mystery. Not many people in the entire Firmament Star Domain's outer battlefield knew it. The moment the sword and saber clashed, the sword ray shattered. The sword ray engulfed the Blood Tribe male like a hot knife through butter. He did not even have the time to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. After killing the Blood Tribe male, Chu Kuangren kept his small world. With a thought, he took out the remaining Blood Tribe wing bones and placed them into his yin and yang ring, waiting to exchange them for battle points when he returned to Fort 17th. Thank you for saving us, brother. Some of the rescued cultivators came up to Chu Kuangren and thanked him. The swordsman tribe leader, on the other hand, looked at Chu Kuangren from afar with a grim expression. He did not come over to thank him either. He was suppressed by Chu Kuangren's small world earlier, and the backlash from his small world had injured him quite a bit. Chu Kuangren ignored him and asked the others, "Which fort are you guys from?" "We're the swordsman tribe's private army, from Fort 18. "May I know your name, brother?" one of the cultivators asked curiously. "Chu Kuangren, Fort 17th, a lone soldier." Chu Kuangren replied calmly. The other cultivators' expressions did not change upon hearing that, but the swordsman tribe leader's expression changed slightly. "Chu Kuangren, you're the Chu Kuangren who caused such a ruckus in the lower realm and became the swordsman tribe's enemy. Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Chu Kuangren glanced at him. With his current strength, he was not afraid that the swordsman tribe would continue to cause trouble for him. "Umph." The swordsman tribe leader snorted, but did not say anything. Although he knew that Chu Kuangren was once an enemy of the swordsman tribe, he did not dare to say anything since Chu Kuangren had just saved his life. "Brother Chu." At that moment, Yin Honghua rushed over with the red robe guards and a few others. She asked, "How's it going?" "It's almost settled," Chu Kuangren replied. "Yin Honghua, you're Yin Honghua." At that moment, one of the swordsman tribe cultivators recognized Yin Honghua and exclaimed. Chu Kuangren looked at Yin Honghua in surprise. "Looks like you're quite famous." Chapter 714. Yin Honghua was one of the brightest emperors in the extraterritorial battlefield. Ever since she became an emperor, she had accumulated countless battle achievements and improved at an astonishing rate. She was said to be the next Tao Lord within 1,000 years. A person like her was destined to be famous. Fortress 17 was adjacent to Fortress 18, and these sword-race private soldiers came from Fortress 18, so it was reasonable for them to recognize Yin Honghua. "I didn't expect to see you here, Brother Honghua. I'm the leader of the swordsmen. Greetings." The swordsman leader's eyes lit up as he greeted her. He was a heavenly honorable, and no matter how talented Yin Honghua was, she was still just an Emperor Realm cultivator. The only reason he was so polite was because of the heavenly honorable Guy Saber who was behind Yin Honghua. After all, that was a fort master. Although they were both heavenly honorable cultivators, Guy Saber's strength and status were many times higher than his. They were on a completely different level. "Greetings, brother." Yin Honghua nodded. The swordsmen were considered a major force among the 81 forts in the extraterritorial battlefield. After a friendly meeting between both parties, Chu Kuangren and Yin Honghua left with the red robe guards. Watching them leave, one of the swordsmen said enviously, "I'm so envious of Brother Chu for being able to travel with someone like Yin Honghua." "Of course. Don't you know who he is? He's a heavenly honorable, and not just any heavenly honorable at that. Even a Blood Tribe middle-level heavenly honorable can't fight back against him. Yeah, he's just too strong." The swordsman frowned and said, "I heard that he just became an emperor a few years ago. How did he suddenly become a heavenly honorable?" His improvement is even more terrifying than Yin Honghua's. He's a ruthless man who has killed many of our swordsmen with potential. Our supreme Taoist physique was also killed by him. If he becomes an enemy of the swordsman in the extraterritorial battlefield, he'll be a huge threat to us. The other swordsmen were dumbfounded when they heard the swordsman's words. They were cultivators of the swordsman too. However, they had never thought of him as an enemy. Although it was true that Chu Kuangren was once an enemy of the swordsman, they were now in the extraterritorial battlefield, and their priority was to deal with the Blood Tribe. So long as the Sword Clan didn't take the initiative to offend him, then he wouldn't come looking for trouble with them. Moreover, he'd just save them. You're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Everyone was speechless. When he returned, he should quickly change his commander. Not only was the commander stupid, but he was also selfish and narrow-minded. Following such a person, even if they didn't die, what future would they have? Everyone silently thought to themselves. Everyone, let's rest here for a while before continuing our search for the Chaos Spiritual Spring. Damn it, that top-grade Chaos Spiritual Spring is gone just like that. However, Jian Wushuang said unwillingly. Beside him, a cultivator reminded, "Commander, a battle just happened here. Why don't we find another place to rest? What's there to be afraid of? Everyone is busy looking for the chaotic spiritual sources right now. Who has the time to bother with us? Besides, I'm here. What are you guys afraid of? I'm a heavenly venerate. I don't believe that we'll meet another blood tribe heavenly venerate." Jian pursed his lips. The cultivator of the sword race shook his head helplessly as his persuasion was futile. Everyone adjusted their breathing on the spot. However, after a while, a powerful aura descended from the sky and enveloped all the cultivators present. The powerful aura caught everyone off guard. This is the Blood Tribe. There's even such an aura. It's a heavenly venerate. Jin's expression changed. He couldn't believe it. It couldn't be, right? He really encountered another blood tribe heavenly venerate at a time like this. His luck couldn't be that bad, right? Oh, a heavenly venerate of a human race. Interesting. Did you guys kill all the blood tribe members here? A blood tribe man with bat wings arrived at the scene. When he saw the pile of blood tribe corpses on the ground, his eyes flashed coldly, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Beside this blood tribe man was an old man. This old man was a little special. The tips of his feet were touching the ground, and he didn't seem to exert any strength at all. It was as if he was floating in midair. This was the blood spirit tribe of the blood tribe. Moreover, this blood spirit tribe man was also a heavenly venerate. 2 heavenly venerates. Jian swallowed his saliva, feeling that he was simply unlucky to the max. He had just narrowly escaped death, and now he had encountered 2 blood tribe heavenly venerables. The heavens really didn't want him to live. "We didn't kill them," Jian hurriedly said. "Oh, if you didn't kill them, then where are the people who killed them?" The blood spirit heavenly venerate asked. "I'll tell you. Can you spare my life?" Dream on." The blood spirit heavenly venerate sneered and was about to attack. However, Jian shouted, "The people who killed the blood tribe members here have a top-grade chaos spiritual source." "Oh, I'm a little interested now." The blood spirit heavenly venerate temporarily stopped. "You should know how valuable a top-grade chaos spiritual source is. I'll tell you where they are, and you'll spare me." Jian gritted his teeth and said he hadn't recovered from his injuries yet. If he fought with these 2 blood spirit heavenly venerates, he would definitely die. Although a top-grade chaos spiritual source is rare, it's not enough to exchange for a heavenly venerate's life. The blood spirit heavenly venerate said. "Then what if we add Yinhonghua?" "Commander." The surrounding sword tribe cultivators instantly panicked. "All of you shut up," Jian shouted coldly. Yinhonghua. Hearing this name, the 2 blood spirit heavenly venerates' interest was clearly piqued. Their eyes shone with incomparable killing intent. That Yinhonghua who rose to fame in recent years and improved rapidly. Yes, interesting. Is she the one who took the top-grade chaos spiritual source? It's not her, but she's from the same path as the person who took the spiritual source. How about it? Yin Honghua and that top-grade chaos spiritual source added together should be enough to exchange for my life, right? Yes. The blood spirit heavenly venerate nodded. Compared to the top-grade chaos spiritual source, they were more interested in Yin Honghua. Her speed of improvement had already attracted the attention of the blood tribe's higher-ups. If they didn't eliminate her as soon as possible, she would definitely become a powerful enemy of the blood tribe. I want both of you to swear in the name of the blood god that you won't harm me after I reveal Yin Honghua's whereabouts. Jin said as he had an idea. The blood god was the blood tribe's supreme faith. Any oath made in the name of the blood god would be obeyed to the end. How clever of you. The blood spirit heavenly venerate sneered. Then, both of them swore in the name of the blood god before Jian informed them of Chu Kuangren, Yin Honghua, and the others' whereabouts. After the heavenly venerates left, Jian swept his gaze across the remaining cultivators and said coldly, "No one is allowed to speak of what happened today, or else don't blame me for disregarding our friendship." Upon hearing Jin's threat, everyone's faces flushed red. Although they felt that Jian's actions were shameless, they could only swallow their anger. "I'm doing this to save all of you. Otherwise, none of us would have survived." After the threat, Jian played the emotional card with everyone to temporarily appease them. Chapter 715. Asteroid Number 7. Chu Kuangren, Yin Honghua, and the other red-robe guards collected a few more chaos soul sources. This was already the 50th chaos soul source that they had collected. Among them, there was one supreme-grade chaos soul source, 4 top-grade chaos soul sources, and 16 middle-grade chaos soul sources. As for the rest, they were all low-grade. Apart from the superior-grade and superior-grade items, Chu Kuangren kept the rest of the items, while Yin Honghua and the others could freely distribute them among themselves. In any case, these middle and low-grade spirit sources were not of much use to him. A piece of top-grade jade was worth thousands of middle-grade and low-grade jade. Aside from the chaos spiritual sources, Chu Kuangren had also killed quite a number of blood tribe cultivators along the way, and his accumulated battle points had reached tens of thousands. Just the heavenly venerable from before had contributed 10,000 battle merits to him. Ordinary emperors earned 1,000 battle points each. An Empyrean, on the other hand, cost 10,000. We're talking about the chaos spirit sources of this planet. We've basically found all of them. This harvest is a little unsatisfactory. Chu Kuangren shook his head and said, "Even after searching the entire 7 Seas asteroid, there were only a few dozen pieces of chaos spiritual sources." Yin Honghua and the others were not disappointed. On the contrary, their harvest this time had greatly exceeded their expectations. A treasure like the chaos spiritual source was hard to come by. A low-grade one was enough to make some ordinary emperors fight to the death for it. But they had dozens of pieces in their hands. With this chaotic spiritual source, I will definitely be able to break through to the greater success Emperor realm when I return. Bai Li Chuan said excitedly. She was currently in the 3rd stage of the Emperor realm. Once she returned, she would go into seclusion and refine a low-grade chaos spiritual source. That would be enough to push her cultivation to the next level. This is all thanks to fellow Taoist Chu. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Chu's treasure-seeking technique, we wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. Bai Li Shua looked at Chu Kuangren with gratitude in her eyes. The others more or less had looks of worship on their faces. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly and did not say anything. Suddenly, though, he frowned and looked off into the distance. There are 2 powerful auras approaching. It's the blood race Empyreans. What? Why is there another blood race Empyrean? Quick, set up a hidden restriction. Everyone's expression changed. Yin Honghua immediately acted, throwing out a red veil. The veil enveloped everyone, completely concealing their auras. The 2 blood tribe heavenly venerables stopped in mid-air. Among them, the heavenly venerable from the blood spirit clan sneered. "Your concealment methods are not bad." Ordinary heavenly venerables might not be able to discover you. However, how can you hide from me? The Blood Spirit Clan Heavenly Venerate raised his hand and punched. The violent fist directly blasted into the mountain range, smashing it in half on the spot. A huge crack that stretched for tens of thousands of miles appeared in the ground. The veil that Yin Honghua and the others used to conceal their auras instantly shattered. A large amount of fist energy gushed out like a tide. Not good. Yin Honghua's expression changed. Emperor's chi surged from her body as she tried to defend against the fist force and protect the red-clothed guards behind her. However, this fist contained the Dao pattern Emperor Chi that came from an Empyrean. With Yin Honghua's current strength, it would be very difficult for her to resist. At the critical moment, a figure stepped forward bravely. Chu Kuangren gently raised his hand, and a vortex formed in the center of his palm. Heaven Vortex. Invincible magic, Heaven's Vortex. The fist force was absorbed and transformed by the vortex. Finally, he lifted his palm, and boundless energy bounced back towards the two celestial venerables in the sky. The two celestial venerables lifted their hands and shattered it. Oh, that's a mystery. Interesting. The Blood Spirit Clan Heavenly Venerate revealed a playful smile. It's the Blood Spirit Clan Heavenly Venerate. Among the Blood Tribe, the Blood Spirits have the sharpest senses. No wonder they could detect our presence. Yin Honghua said solemnly. One celestial venerate was too much for her to handle. Not to mention, too, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate was right. The battle in the 7th asteroid belt had been very intense recently, and celestial venerables had appeared one after another. You guys wait here. I'll be back soon, Chu Kuangren said. Let me help you. I said, wait here. Chu Kuangren's tone became colder. The battle between celestial venerables is not something you can interfere with. Stay here and take care of the red-clothed guards. Yin Honghua was silent for a while. All right, take care of yourself. It's just two celestial venerables, Chu Kuangren said indifferently before his figure flashed and disappeared. Yin Honghua stood where she was and instructed the red-clothed guards to be on guard. She looked up into the sky, feeling a little dissatisfied. I'm still too weak. I can only hide behind the celestial venerables. In the sky, Chu Kuangren came before the two blood tribe celestial venerables. Looks like that cultivator was right. Yin Honghua is indeed here. As for you, you're the one who took the supreme chaos spirit source. The blood tribe celestial venerables sneered at Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren's heart skipped a beat. Someone had exposed his and Yin Honghua's whereabouts, and they even knew that he had the supreme chaos spirit source. Chu Kuangren did not have to guess to know who did it. I've really saved an ingrate. Chu Kuangren shook his head. Then, he looked at the two celestial venerables before him and used the spirit of omniscience, Shao AI, to analyze their information, especially the blood tribe celestial venerables. His physique was very different from the other blood tribe members. His body was more like a soul form, but it did not need to be attached to a physical body. That was a very strange thing. One had to know that unless one's soul had reached an abnormally powerful level, one would not be able to move around in the world as a soul without fear. Otherwise, a pure soul form without a physical body would quickly dissipate, and there was no way to maintain it for long. I see. Chu Kuangren had a look of realization after he finished analyzing. At that time, the two celestial venerables had already made their move. Yu Zhaowu, I'll go take care of Yin Honghua. I'll leave this celestial venerables to you, the blood tribe celestial venerables said. Yu Zhaowu nodded. Sure. The blood tribe celestial venerables then flew towards Yin Honghua and the others. Did I say you can leave? Chu Kuangren spoke at that moment. With a gentle lift of his hand, a mini-world instantly formed. In an instant, the two celestial venerables' expressions changed. How can a mini-world like this exist? The moment Chu Kuangren's mini-world appeared, the two celestial venerables instantly felt an extremely strong pressure shrouding them. This pressure forced them to open their mini-worlds to resist it. The three mini-worlds collided in the air. The void distorted and exploded. An invisible pressure shrouded the surroundings. Although Yin Honghua and the others were not shrouded by the mini-world, the pressure still made them tremble. Is this the Celestial Venerable's mini-worlds? It's so strong. This is too scary. The Celestial Venerables and the early Emperor realm are two completely different worlds. Even someone as proud as Yin Honghua could not help but narrow her eyes. However, she was not shocked by the Celestial Venerable's strength. After all, her grandfather was a Celestial Venerables, so she had long understood the difference between a Celestial Venerables and an early Emperor realm cultivator. What shocked her was that Chu Kuangren could fight against two Celestial Venerables mini-worlds all by himself, and he even had the upper hand. I can't believe his strength has reached such a level. For the first time, Yin Honghua felt an unprecedented sense of defeat from someone her age. Chapter 716. The three mini-worlds clashed in the void of space. The two heavenly honorables could tell how strong Chu Kuangren was, so they made the first move. Boom! The Blood Tribe Heavenly Honorable unleashed a palm attack, and his majestic emperor's chi transformed into a gigantic blood-colored hand that was intertwined with countless Taoist patterns and grabbed at Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren stood his ground and unleashed a palm attack as well. His emperor's chi and realm energy intertwined to form a giant golden hand. With a boom, the void exploded, creating a terrifying storm. Yu Zhaowu, the blood spirit race's Empyrean, made his move. He let out a low growl and pointed a finger at Chu Kuangren. As the dark red emperor's chi and Taoist patterns converged, an invisible ripple spread out and directly affected Chu Kuangren's soul. This was a soul attack. However, this attack was completely useless against Chu Kuangren. Once the Blood Spirit Tribe reaches the Heavenly Honorable Realm, there's a chance that they'll be able to develop a soul attack ability. However, this chance is very small. You're really lucky. Chu Kuangren glanced at Yu Zhaowu. How is this possible? Shock was written all over Yu Zhaowu's face. This soul attack had never failed him. Even a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than him would not be able to defend against it. Yet Chu Kuangren was able to withstand it without a scratch. He also knew soul abilities. This was the first thought that popped up in Yu Zhaowu's mind. Then, he raised his hand and attacked again. Streaks of powerful, blood-colored energy swept out continuously. You guys are slightly stronger than the Heavenly Lord I killed before. Unfortunately, there's no difference in front of me. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. As he spoke, a large amount of Emperor Qi surged from his body. An incomparably terrifying Dharma form was formed, and all sorts of tyrannical and peerless Taoist auras erupted continuously, shaking the entire universe. Yin Honghua, the red-clothed guards, and the others all had their mouths agape. What is this? My God, the exquisite nine orifices sword heart, the chaotic Taoist body, so many Taoist auras. How did fellow Taoist Chu do it? So many Taoist bodies. This is impossible. This is impossible. Yin Honghua could not stop mumbling. She felt that the innate talent that she was so proud of was not even worth mentioning in front of Chu Kuangren. Just the 10,000 avatar techniques alone was already far beyond her reach. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk the blood race Empyrean gulped. We've been tricked. In his heart, he had already cursed the Sword Emperor to the point that it was bleeding dog blood. The other party did not mention that Chu Kuangren was this powerful. It was obvious that the other party was trying to harm both of them. However, if the Sword knew about this, he would probably be dumbfounded as well. He did not know that Chu Kuangren had become so powerful. Run! The blood race, Heavenly Venerate, didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. Chu Kuangren pushed his small world to its limits, but he controlled its range to be only 3 meters away from him. He then unleashed the full power of his realm energy and broke out of Chu Kuangren's small world in one go. His figure then turned into a blood-colored stream of light and dashed into the distance. Oh, Small worlds can be used like this. I've learned a lot. Chu Kuangren's eyes revealed a hint of realization. Although his battle prowess was stronger than these two Empyreans had been in this realm for who knew how many years, and their use of the small world had reached the point of perfection. There were still some things that he could learn from them. However, you still can't escape. Chu Kuangren slowly reached out his hand. The 10,000 Daos avatar behind him did the same. The void in front of the avatar distorted, and the avatar's entire hand reached into the void. Meanwhile, a horrifying, giant, colorful hand suddenly appeared in front of the escaping blood race, Heavenly Venerate. It was Chu Kuangren's 10,000 Daos avatar. What's going on? The blood race, Heavenly Venerate's expression changed drastically. Chu Kuangren's 10,000 Daos avatar could detect his attack from so far away. How did that hand travel through thousands of kilometers of space? However, it was too late to think about it. The 10,000 Daos avatar's giant colorful hand had already locked onto him. Amazing, primordial crimson palm. The blood race, Heavenly Venerate, roared and pushed his strength to its limit. A giant blood-colored palm blasted towards the giant colorful hand. The moment the two collided, the Taoist patterns on the giant blood-colored hand shattered into pieces. The giant colorful hand landed on the blood race Heavenly Venerate's body like a hot knife through butter, blasting him into the ground. Everything within thousands of kilometers shook, and the ground caved in, forming a giant crater. Cracks spread across the ground, forming many canyons. The landscape within thousands of kilometers changed drastically, and smoke and dust filled the air. Inside that crater, the blood race Heavenly Venerate's body lay on the ground like a rag. His bones were broken, his eyes were bulging, and blood was flowing out of his orifices. His life force was slowly fading away. Now it's your turn. Chu Kuangren looked at Yu Xiaowu from the blood race. He gently lifted his hand, and the 10,000 Daos avatar followed suit. With that one palm attack, Yu Xiaowu's body quickly dissipated like smoke, but he reassembled in another place in the next moment. Chu Kuangren was not surprised. He unleashed another punch, and after disintegrating his opponent's body, the avatar's giant hand grabbed a blood-colored crystal in midair. Yu Xiaowu's figure was reflected from the crystal. The blood race's bodies are hard to destroy because of their blood spirit cores. Now that I've mastered the blood spirit cores, where else can you run to? The blood race's bodies were special, and they were more like souls. The reason they could survive in this state was because of the blood spirit cores in their bodies. That blood spirit core was equivalent to a physical body. The blood spirit race could only exist because the blood spirit core absorbed their souls. Once their blood spirit cores were destroyed, even a Heavenly Venerate would not be able to escape death. Don't kill me. I can exchange a secret for it. Yu Xiaowu hurriedly shouted. Chu Kuangren, who was about to kill him, was intrigued. What secret do you have that can protect your life? Yes, it's about a secret universe. Yu Xiaowu quickly said. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. A secret universe? Interesting. A secret universe was similar to some of the secret realms in the Firmament Star. The only difference was that most of the secret realms in the Firmament Star were man-made, and they existed under the Firmament Star's heavenly Tao. A secret universe, on the other hand, was born from the boundless universe. It did not belong to any planet's heavenly Tao. Some high-level secret universe could even nurture all kinds of living beings like a life-preserving planet. They could even create the heavenly Tao. It's near the 7th asteroid. Not long ago, we detected a secret universe drifting around, and this secret universe is now near the 7th asteroid, Yu Xiaowu said. A secret universe was not like a planet that would always stay in one place. Some secret universes were in a floating state, shuttling through the endless void of the universe. Continue. We're just scouts sent here to investigate this secret universe. The Blood Tribe's main force will arrive soon. Chu Kuangren's expression turned serious when he heard that. Yan Honghua's expression changed when she heard that. If a scout was already at the heavenly honorable level, then how big would the Blood Tribe's main force be? How many experts would they have? This won't do. We must inform grandfather and the others about this as soon as possible, Yin Honghua said solemnly. Chu Kuangren looked at Yu Xiaowu with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He clenched his fist, and the 10,000 Taoist avatar destroyed his body, exposing his spiritual core completely. Then, he cast a mysterious seal onto the spiritual core. It was the soul mastery slave seal that he had not used for a long time. Chapter 717. A ray of light shot out and penetrated into his soul core the moment his soulless physique was destroyed. It then left a golden word slave in the core of his soul consciousness. What did you do to me? After Moonshine's soul was reconstructed, he sensed that something was wrong and looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. From now on, your life is in my hands, Chu Kuangren said calmly. He released his soul core, and a terrifying pain that came from his soul almost caused Moonshine's face to contort. He felt that his soul core was about to shatter at any moment. You've enslaved my soul. Can I? Yu Xiaowu took a deep breath, her expression changing. However, he was not a loyal person. Otherwise, he would not have told Chu Kuangren about the secret universe. Then, Chu Kuangren asked about the secret universe. Yin Honghua and the others had a serious look on their faces. They had already contacted the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerable. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerable and the others took this matter very seriously. They held a military meeting with the other stronghold lords and planned to send someone over. After all, a secret universe was too important. It often represented a large amount of resources and opportunities. If such a treasure fell into the hands of the Blood Tribe, it would be a huge blow to the Firmament Star's cultivators. However, even though we've received the information, we're still a step too late. Moreover, the higher-ups still need to verify the authenticity of the information. By the time they send someone over, the Blood Tribe's main force would have already arrived. The cultivators in the 7th asteroid belt are powerless against them. My grandfather said that for safety's sake, we should retreat first. Yin Honghua reported the outcome of her discussion with the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerable. Yeah, Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. He was not surprised. If the cultivators in the 7th asteroid belt wanted to fight against the Blood Tribe's main force, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. However, Chu Kuangren was not willing to give up on the secret universe. He pondered for a while and decided to stay. With his current strength, he might not be able to fight against the Blood Tribe's main force alone, but it would not be a problem for him to protect himself. Leave with the Red Robe Guards first. I'll stay here and think of a way to stop the Blood Tribe from obtaining too many resources. Yin Honghua and the others' expressions changed when they heard him. No, this is too dangerous. That's right. The Blood Tribe's main force has a heavenly venerable cultivation. It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone. Fellow Taoist Chu, don't act recklessly. Everyone tried to persuade him. However, Chu Kuangren had already made up his mind, and no one could stop him. But before that, there's something I need to settle first. A cold glint flashed across Chu Kuangren's eyes. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Only Yin Honghua thought of something. She looked at Yu Xiaowu and said, Friend Chu, are you talking about the sword race's betrayal? Chu Kuangren nodded. Yes, he was kind enough to save them, but he was betrayed instead. Chu Kuangren would not swallow this insult so easily. Asteroid number 7. Somewhere. Jian, on the other hand, brought the remaining cultivators of the sword race to meet up with the main forces of the sword race. The one leading them was a young swordsman. Although this swordsman looked young, judging from his aura and bone age, he was not much younger than the sword. He was also an emperor from the ancient era. His name was Jian Wuk. Jian Wuk was the most dazzling genius of the sword race in the ancient era. He was also one of the few sky prides who managed to become an emperor in the modern era. Compared to Jian Daozi's peerless supreme Taoist physique, Jian Wuk did not have much of an advantage in terms of physique. The reason he could become an emperor during that era was mostly due to his own comprehension and opportunities of fortune. After countless years of cultivation, Jian Wuk was now a famous heavenly honorable in the extraterrestrial battlefield. There were only a handful of people in the extraterrestrial sword race who could match up to him. Honorable Swordsman Wuk. The sword came before Jian Wuk and called out respectfully. In terms of position, Jian Wuk and Jian Wuk were both commanders. However, in terms of status, there was a world of difference. One was a lower-level heavenly honorable, while the other was an upper-level heavenly honorable in the sword race. In order to distinguish Jian Wuk from the other commanders, they would respectfully address him as Honorable Swordsman. You're here. How's the loot? Jian Wuk asked. Upon hearing that, Jian Wuk's expression turned sour. He briefly explained his encounter with the Blood Tribe Heavenly Honorable. However, he purposely hid it from the two Heavenly Honorables to cover up his ingratitude. No matter how shameless he was, he knew that ingratitude was shameful in the sword race. Chu Kuangren, Jian Wuk frowned. Compared to Jian Wuk's encounter with the Blood Tribe Heavenly Honorable, he was more concerned about Chu Kuangren. That name was known to almost everyone in the sword race. There were those who hated him for hindering the younger generation of the sword race from becoming an emperor, and there were also those who praised him for his outstanding talent. There were even some who compared Chu Kuangren to Jian Wuk. That was because Jian Wuk was also a peerless genius in the past. He was the kind of genius who dominated an era and became an emperor all by himself. In the history of the sword race, there were only a handful of such geniuses. Therefore, as a sky pride, it was only natural for people to compare them. I can't believe Chu Kuangren has grown to the point where he can kill a heavenly honorable in just a few years. What a freak. Even Jian Wuk had to admit that Chu Kuangren's talent was far beyond his own. If it's possible, I'd like to meet him in person, Jian Wuk murmured. At that moment, the compass at his waist suddenly vibrated. Oh, it's a message from the tribe. Jian Wuk was a little surprised. He opened the compass, and when he received the message, his expression changed. How could this be? What's wrong? Sword was a little surprised. A universe secret realm has appeared on the 7th asteroid belt. The Blood Tribe's main force is coming, Jian Wuk said solemnly. What? Sword could not help but be shocked. What do we do now? The Blood Tribe's main force is not something we can fight against. Let's evacuate first, Jian Wuk said helplessly. Although he was powerful, it was impossible for him to fight against the Blood Tribe's main force alone. All right, I'll inform the others now, Sir quickly said. However, just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he stared straight ahead. A few hundred meters away, a white-robed figure with a gorgeous long sword at his waist was slowly walking towards the swordsman. It's him, Chu Kuangren. Sir could not believe what he was seeing. What was going on? Why was he not dead yet? How did he survive the encirclement of two intermediate heavenly honorables? Jian Wuk also noticed Chu Kuangren, and his eyes were filled with surprise. So he's Chu Kuangren. His aura is indeed extraordinary. Chu Kuangren slowly walked towards the swordsman. Jian Wuk said, Brother Chu, what are you doing here? 2 words to kill. Chapter 718. Just 1 word, kill, Chu Kuangren said. Jian Wuk's expression changed when he heard that. Brother Chu, don't tell me you want to kill someone from the swordsman tribe. Correct. I'm only addressing you as my friend, because we're both cultivators of the firmament star. Don't be so shameless, Jian Wuk said coldly. Coming to him and killing someone from the swordsman tribe, no matter what the reason was, he could not just sit back and watch. Oh, do you swordsmen care about your reputation too? Chu Kuangren sneered. He then locked his gaze on Jian Wuk and said coldly, I'm the one who saved your life. Now, I'm going to take it back. As soon as he said that, the descendant's self-sword at his waist was unsheathed, and a chilling purple sword ray shot out with a murderous intent. Jian Wuk's expression changed drastically. Honorable swordsman, save me. Needless to say, Jian Wuk had already made his move. A black long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a slash, the Emperor's Qi Daoist patterns intertwined and collided with the purple sword ray. With a loud bang, the two beams of sword light exploded, tearing cracks in the surrounding space. Countless cracks also appeared on the ground. With the Descendant Self sword in his hand, Chu Kuangren stared at Jianwuk coldly and said, "He's ungrateful. Are you going to stop me from killing him? Speak clearly." "Ha! I saved him, but he told the two Blood Tribe Heavenly Honorables about Yin Honghua and my whereabouts. Don't you think he deserves to die? Is what he said true?" Jianwuk looked at Jianwuk and asked coldly, "Honorable swordsman, don't listen to his nonsense. He has never been on good terms with the Swordsman tribe, and he's here to cause trouble. He must be eyeing the chaos spiritual sources that we found." Jianwuk immediately defended himself. Jianwuk frowned and looked at Chu Kuangren. This matter hasn't been investigated yet. Besides, even if Jianwuk did something wrong, he's still the leader of the Swordsman tribe. He should be dealt with by the Swordsman tribe. Unfortunately, his life belongs to me now. Let the Swordsman tribe deal with him. Chu Kuangren preferred to do it himself. "Chu Kuangren, do you really want to fight us to the death? So what? Then don't blame me. I wanted to meet you for a long time." Jianwuk held the black sword in his hand, and his eyes revealed a look of eagerness. When Heavenly Venerables fought, the small world was the first to be unleashed. As for Jianwuk, he was an upper-level Heavenly Venerate, and a proud upper-level Heavenly Venerate at that. His foundation was strong, and it wasn't something an ordinary Heavenly Venerate could compare to. His Emperor energy was high-grade, and his Tao was flawless. His little world was the most powerful one Chu Kuangren had ever seen. It was even more powerful than Heavenly Honorable Su from the Celestial Honorable Alliance. Interesting. Chu Kuangren had also opened his own little world. However, although his foundation was strong, the gap between their cultivation bases was obvious. When the two small worlds collided, he was instantly suppressed. Chu Kuangren frowned slightly. Then, he recalled the time when he had fought against the two Blood Tribe Heavenly Venerables not long ago. One of them had shrunk his small world. With a thought, he shrunk the miniature world to a radius of 10 feet around him and concentrated the world energy. In this way, he was able to form his own space within Jianwuk's small world and was not suppressed by his opponent. This surprised Jianwuk. "You've only just ascended to the Heavenly Honorable Realm not long ago, yet you're so familiar with controlling your little world. That's rare." Then, he raised his sword and slashed at Chu Kuangren. The pitch-black sword ray was incomparably deep, and it contained a darkness that could devour everything. Chu Kuangren also slashed out with his sword. The sword ray was extremely domineering, and it even contained the power of an invincible technique. It reflected the terrifying phenomenon of the sun and moon flipping and the stars falling. When the two sword rays collided, Jianwuk's sword ray was slightly weaker. It was shattered, and the powerful sword chi forced him to retreat a few hundred feet. A premium, profound technique. Jianwuk was even more shocked. After all, even though he was known as one of the most talented sky prides in the Swordsman tribe, even he had only managed to comprehend a top-tier, profound technique. This person's talent is indeed amazing. Throughout the entire Firmament Star's history, I'm afraid only a few people can be compared to him. I'm afraid that only a human king might be able to defeat him. Jianwuk thought to himself. At that thought, he no longer saw Chu Kuangren as an ordinary lower-level Heavenly Honorable. Instead, he saw Chu Kuangren as an opponent of equal strength. On his body, the Emperor's chi circulated and Taoist patterns intertwined. An extremely powerful aura leaked out and headed straight for Chu Kuangren. Profound technique, gloomy void slash. Jianwuk unleashed a sword attack. The gloomy sword ray was covered with a large number of Taoist patterns. It shook the universe and completely crushed and devoured the surrounding void. That was his top-tier profound technique. Upon seeing that, the Emperor's chi and Taoist patterns appeared behind Chu Kuangren. The 10,000 Taoist avatars appeared. Various Taoist physique auras, heavenly punishment Taoist patterns, Emperor's chi and other energies converged to form a majestic avatar power. He then unleashed a punch. The surrounding void was blasted apart by that punch. When the avatar power and the gloomy sword ray collided, the entire number 7 asteroid was shaken. The entire planet was shaking. Cracks gradually covered more than half of the planet. The spectators of the swordsman tribe were sent flying. They could not help but tremble when they saw the apocalyptic scene caused by the battle between the two. It's too powerful. Is this the combat strength of an upper-level heavenly honorable? How terrifying. His Emperor's chi, foundation, and Taoist patterns are on a completely different level compared to us. There's no comparison at all. That's right, I can't believe Chu Kuangren can fight against honorable swordsmen Wuk to such an extent. Is he really just a lower-level heavenly honorable? He's indeed one of the most demonic existences in history. Bang bang. Chu Kuangren's 10,000 avatars and Jian Wuk's sword chi continuously collided, shaking the universe and shattering a large portion of the void. Chu Kuangren is indeed a strong opponent. Although Jian Wuk was shocked by Chu Kuangren's strength, his eyes were filled with excitement, as if he had finally met his match. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength now. The realm energy on Jian Wuk's body suddenly contracted. The mini-realm that covered a radius of thousands of kilometers quickly returned to him. He wanted to gather his realm energy to fight Chu Kuangren again. However, Chu Kuangren smiled when he saw that. You've contracted your realm energy. Jian Wuk was puzzled when he heard that. However, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Chu Kuangren, who was in front of him, raised his arm and slashed towards the distance. A piercingly cold sword ray whizzed out and locked onto Jian Wuk in the distance. Chu Kuangren's intention of coming here was not to fight Jian Wuk. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Jian Wuk. Previously, Jian Wuk's mini-realm had shrouded his surroundings and restricted his movements, so he could only focus on dealing with his opponent. Now, Jian Wuk could only contract his mini-realm in order to defeat him. This gave Jian Wuk an opportunity to take advantage of. Dream on, Jian Wuk roared. His figure turned into a stream of light and flew towards the sword ray. Just as the sword ray was about to hit Jian Wuk stood in front of him and unleashed a slash with his sword. You won't be able to block this attack, Chu Kuangren said indifferently and kept his descendant's self-sword. Ripples appeared in the void. The sword light that slashed through the sky actually disappeared into the void in front of Jian Wuk's eyes. When it reappeared, it was already above Jian Wuk. With a loud crash, it slashed Jian Wuk, who was caught off guard, in half. Chapter 719. You won't be able to stop this attack, Chu Kuangren said as he kept his descendant's self-sword. The sword light drilled into the void and was carried to the sword, but it suddenly fell from the sky, and the sword was easily cut into two halves in fear. Spatial technique, damn it! Jian Wuk's expression was extremely gloomy. He stared at Chu Kuangren and gripped his long sword tightly. Chu Kuangren, you've crossed the line. Such an ungrateful person deserves to die. If you wish to fight again, I'll gladly oblige. However, you should have received the news that the Blood Tribe's main army is coming soon. Run for your lives before they arrive. Chu Kuangren looked at him calmly after he finished speaking. Jian Wuk's expression changed before he finally snorted. I don't care what Jian did. Even if he deserved to die, I, Jian Wuk, will not forget that you killed him in front of me today. Once we get back, I'll find you and settle this once and for all. Like I said, I'll gladly oblige. Chu Kuangren cast his spatial conveyor technique and instantly disappeared. Jian Wuk frowned when he saw that. What a troublesome spatial technique. Spatial techniques were known to be impossible to defend against. Even in the extraterrestrial battlefield, there were not many who could master spatial techniques. How did it go? Yin Honghua asked when she saw Chu Kuangren return. Chu Kuangren replied, I'm fine now. However, Yin Honghua did not look happy at all. Instead, she said worriedly, the swordsmen are quite influential in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Now that you've killed their leader, I'm afraid you've made them enemies. Unknowingly, she had started to worry for Chu Kuangren. Making enemies with the swordsman? Heh, I'm used to it. Chu Kuangren looked indifferent. How many forces had he made enemies with? However, those forces were either annihilated or injured, and most of them were in complete chaos. Yet, he was still living a carefree life. This kind of thing was already a common occurrence for him. All right, before the Blood Tribe's main army arrives, you guys should leave quickly, Chu Kuangren said to Yin Honghua and the others. Do you really want to stay here? Yin Honghua took a deep breath and wanted to persuade him further. Yes, I've made up my mind. Be careful. Since Yin Honghua could not persuade Chu Kuangren, she could only lead the red-robed guards away from the 7th asteroid. Other than the red-clothed guards, the rest of the Firmament Star cultivators who came to the 7th asteroid belt also left one by one. One by one, the battleships flew out of the 7th asteroid belt. The Blood Tribe cultivators couldn't help but frown. Why did these Firmament Star cultivators suddenly leave? Could it be that they already know about the arrival of our Bloodbreed's follow-up troops? Who leaked the secret? The Blood Tribe cultivators were confused. Originally, they had planned to capture all the Firmament cultivators who had come to the number 7 asteroid belt and then excavate the universe secret realm. However, he did not expect the Firmament Star cultivators to retreat. This instantly ruined their plan. Within the 7th asteroid, Chu Kuangren looked at Yu Zhaowu beside him and said, the Blood Tribe's main army will only arrive in a few more days. About 3 days, Yu Zhaowu said. That secret realm can only be opened by the combined efforts of 10 upper heavenly honorables. Chu Kuangren frowned. That's right. The barrier of the universe secret realm is very sturdy. Even the lowest grade universe secret realm can't be opened so easily. Yu Zhaowu said. 3 days. Chu Kuangren murmured. He still had 3 days to prepare. Return to the Blood Tribe now. Report to me if you discover anything new. Chu Kuangren ordered Yu Zhaowu to hide in the Blood Tribe. After that, he found a suitable place to go into closed-door meditation and set up layers of restrictions. He planned to refine the ultimate chaos origin within 3 days. 3 days later, outside the 7 Seas asteroid, a large fleet of battleships sailed towards it. Countless Blood Tribe cultivators stood on the battleships. The largest battleship was led by a young man in a black cloak. His face was as pale as a sheet. The young man sat on a leather chair with a glass cup in his hand that was filled with fine wine. Beside him were a few scantily clad Blood Tribe women serving him, fully displaying the demeanor of a spoiled brat. Chu Kuangren's emperor's thoughts surged and scanned the Blood Tribe's fleet, especially that pale young man. Although the young man looked like he had been drained by wine and women, Chu Kuangren could still tell that he was the strongest person in the fleet. Shao AI, analyze this for me. Yes, master. The omniscient spirit, Shao AI's deep and sexy voice rang out. Then, she transmitted the information of that pale young man to Chu Kuangren. By Jueshin, the son of the Blood King of the White Tribe. His cultivation level is an upper heavenly honorable, very close to a Downlord. He can be considered a half-step Downlord. He possesses the Blood Darkness divine ability, the profound obliteration third / Information about Bai Jueshin kept appearing in his mind. The White Tribe, the son of the Blood King. What a powerful background. Chu Kuangren was a little surprised. As far as he knew, there were 13 clans in the Blood Tribe, and the ruler of each clan was known as the Blood King. There were a total of 13 Blood Kings in the Blood Tribe. They were the 13 people with the highest positions in the Blood Tribe, and each of them was a Downlord. This Bai Jueshin was the son of a Blood King. Few people in the Blood Tribe could match his status. Based on Shao AI's analysis, Chu Kuangren compared the strength of both parties. He realized that even though he had absorbed the supreme grade chaos spiritual source, his strength had improved tremendously. He was very close to a middle heavenly honorable now. However, compared to Bai Jueshin, he was still much weaker. A half-step Downlord was no joke, not to mention that he had countless Blood Tribe soldiers under his command. I can't fight him head-on. I can only play it by ear. Chu Kuangren muttered. He continued to observe the Blood Tribe's movements. When the Blood Tribe's fleet arrived above the 7th asteroid, they stopped. Bai Juexin slowly stood up from his chair. He stretched his body. We're finally here. Have you determined the location of the secret cosmic realm? He asked a Blood Tribe cultivator beside him. That cultivator replied respectfully, I've confirmed it. It's right above this asteroid. Got it. Bai Juexin nodded and gently raised his hand. A majestic, blood-colored energy erupted from his body. With a punch, a blood-colored beam of light tore through the cosmic void. Chu Kuangren's sharp senses noticed that his opponent's punch did not only contain Emperor's Qi, Taoist patterns, but also a small realm. It was not just a surge of realm energy. It was an entire, heavenly, honorable small realm. Bai Juexin had used an entire small realm as an energy attack. Compared to using a small realm as a means of suppression, this was many times more powerful. Is this how a half-step Tao Lord uses a small realm? Chu Kuangren was amazed. Among heavenly honorables, apart from competing in Emperor's Qi and Taoist patterns, one small realm usage was also an important measurement. Bai Juexin's technique of throwing a small realm out like a ball was something that not many heavenly honorables could do. Chapter 720. The blood-colored light beam blasted above the 7th asteroid. Horrifying gales of cosmic winds swept across the cold and silent universe, and the cosmic void continued to shatter in the darkness. Then, a beam of pink light suddenly lit up the dark universe, and a giant pink light orb appeared from the shattered void. The size of this light orb was no smaller than the 7th asteroid, and there was a brilliant light flowing on it like a giant bubble. This was the secret realm of the universe. The existence of the secret realm of the universe did not come in a single form. Instead, it came in many forms. Sometimes it came in the form of a water droplet, a bubble, or even a rock that hid a secret realm. Just one punch is enough to make the secret realm of the universe appear from the void. TSK, a half-step Tao Lord, is indeed extraordinary. Chu Kuangren was amazed. At that moment, Bai Juexin attacked again. He punched out once more, and another beam of light wrapped around a small world shot out. Originally, it would have taken the power of 10 upper-level celestial venerables to break open the barrier of the mystic realm. But with a single punch, a crack appeared. Through the crack, everyone could see what was inside the secret realm. Just like its pink exterior, the inside of the secret realm was also pink. Inside, there were a large number of pink crystals either floating in the air, growing on the ground, or existing in all kinds of strange forms. It was a world filled with pink crystals. Let's go in and have a look. Bai Juexin waved his hand and said. Instantly, the warships plunged into the pink secret realm. The crack that Bai Juexin had opened was also healing itself at an extremely fast speed. By the time all the warships had entered, the crack was almost completely healed. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the crack. Without any hesitation, he flew in before the crack was completely healed. Upon entering the pink secret realm, Chu Kuangren immediately felt a surge of extremely pure spiritual power gushing towards him. Chu Kuangren absorbed it into his body and realized that he could easily refine this spiritual power even without the universal cauldron physique. Now, let's see what treasures there are here. Chu Kuangren activated his treasure locating skill. The auras of various treasures spread from all directions. The treasure hunt has officially begun. Chu Kuangren grinned. Inside the pink secret realm, Chu Kuangren followed the auras of the treasures and arrived at a mountain range that was made up of countless crystals. He went deep into the mountains and found a strange crystal-like flower. This is the 17th heavenly crystal flower, right? Chu Kuangren plucked the mystical flower. The rare celestial crystal flower was the name of the treasure that Chu Kuangren had obtained from Xiao AI's analysis. The function of this flower was not much different from a spiritual source. Both could be used to increase one's cultivation level, and one rare celestial crystal flower was equivalent to 100 Emperor-grade spiritual sources. In this pink secret realm, these strange flowers were the most numerous. It took Chu Kuangren less than a day to find 17 of them. However, even though he had the treasure-seeking technique, he was only one person and couldn't compare to the mighty army of the blood race. According to Yu Zhaowu's secret message, the blood kindred had excavated more than 600 rare flowers. Chu Kuangren rubbed his chin. A single person's energy is limited after all. Looks like I'll have to speed up my analysis of the spatial structure of this place so that I can use my spatial conveyor technique freely and carry out my second plan. His second plan required the support of teleportation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to realize. 2 days later, inside a huge blood kindred warship, a blood kindred heavenly venerable was instructing his soldiers to count the treasures they had plundered from the secret realm before storing them into his yin and yang ring. It was the right decision to follow the prince into this secret realm. It's only been a few days, and we've already found so many treasures. Even if I get 100th of them when I return, it'll be enough for my strength to improve by leaps and bounds. The blood kindred heavenly venerable was full of smiles. This was only the harvest of his team. The rest had yet to be accounted for. Wow, there's quite a lot of treasures here. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out from the warship. The blood kindred heavenly venerable's expression changed as he looked towards the source of the voice. All he saw was a white-robed figure appearing on the warship. This aura, you're a firmament star cultivator. The blood kindred heavenly venerable was shocked. The firmament star cultivators and the blood kindred cultivators lived on different planets, so it was easy for a smart cultivator to identify each other's aura. He did not expect that there would be a firmament star cultivator in the secret realm. Haven't they all run away? Without much thought, the blood kindred heavenly venerable ordered his subordinates to attack. Kill! Firmament star cultivator! Are you here to die? How foolish! One by one, the blood kindred charged towards Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren raised his hand and opened his mini-realm. In an instant, the blood kindred soldiers that were charging towards him exploded into blood mists. The blood kindred heavenly venerable's expression changed. It's a heavenly venerable. He opened his own mini-realm as well. However, he was just an ordinary lower-level heavenly venerable, which was far weaker than Chu Kuangren. Without any suspense, his mini-realm crumbled the moment it collided with Chu Kuangren's mini-realm. Die! An indifferent voice rang out. Chu Kuangren took a step forward and locked his sword ray onto the blood kindred heavenly venerable. As the sword ray swept past, the heavenly venerable's head was tossed high into the air. The commander is dead. This firmament star cultivator is a heavenly venerable. Run! The blood kindred cultivators on the warship panicked and fled in all directions. However, they were trapped in Chu Kuangren's mini-realm, so there was nowhere for them to go. In just a short while, they were all killed. After that, Chu Kuangren began to loot the warship's treasures. From the blood kindred heavenly venerables yin and yang ring, he found close to 1,000 celestial wonder flowers. This is indeed much faster than me searching alone. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Kuangren's face. Who should I look for next? Chu Kuangren's emperor's thoughts surged and covered a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Naturally, his emperor's thought could cover more than that. However, this secret realm was filled with blood kindred cultivators. If he spread his emperor's thought too wide, he would be easily detected by the emperors and heavenly venerables. All right, it's you then. Chu Kuangren locked his sights on a blood kindred warship that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. He cast his spatial conveyor technique and disappeared. Not long after, another blood kindred warship fell, and a large number of treasures from the secret realm fell into Chu Kuangren's hands. Somewhere, Bai Juoxin was enjoying the service of a few blood kindred beauties on the warship's deck when a blood kindred heavenly venerable suddenly walked up to him. Prince, we've discovered firmament star cultivators in the secret realm. Oh, how many are there? One. Bai Bai Jueshin was stunned for a moment before he said with some dissatisfaction, "If there's only one, then we can just find a few others to deal with him. Do you think such a small matter is worth reporting to me? Prince, this person is a heavenly venerable. Most importantly, he specializes in some kind of spatial technique, so it's very difficult for our people to track him down. Now, he has killed a few of our heavenly venerables and taken away all the treasures from the secret realm that they found." Upon hearing that, Bai Jueshin frowned and snorted. "What a bunch of useless trash. Do you mean I have to deal with it myself?" He slowly got up, and then his emperor's thoughts spread out like a tidal wave. Soon, it enveloped the entire secret realm. Chapter 721. Bai Jueshin's mighty emperor's thought enveloped the entire secret realm as he began to search for traces of Chu Kuangren. Naturally, Chu Kuangren had also sensed the fluctuations of his opponent's emperor thought. Is he already here? Although Chu Kuangren knew that he could not defeat Bai Jueshin now, he was not afraid. "Found you." Bai Jueshin's eyes narrowed as his emperor's thought locked onto Chu Kuangren. His figure then turned into a stream of light and flew towards his opponent. Its speed was so fast that it could travel millions of kilometers in an instant. At the same time, Bai Jueshin's small world also unfolded. With just a thought, his small world enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. And it was still expanding. Even if Chu Kuangren possessed the spatial conveyance technique, it would be difficult for him to use it freely once he was enveloped by Chu Kuangren's little world. Of course, Chu Kuangren would not give him the chance to do so. Before Bai Jueshin arrived, Chu Kuangren had already cast his spatial conveyor technique and left. "Oh, the spatial structure of this secret realm is different from the outside world. I didn't expect you to be able to teleport so easily. This spatial technique is indeed impressive, but where do you think you can escape to?" Bai Jueshin's voice spread throughout the entire secret realm. Everyone knew that he was chasing after Chu Kuangren. Through his emperor's thought, he once again locked onto Chu Kuangren's position. However, Chu Kuangren had once again used his spatial conveyor technique to escape. Just like that, one was chasing while the other was constantly teleporting. This chase lasted for a full 6 hours. Forget about capturing Chu Kuangren. Bai Jueshin did not even have the chance to envelop Chu Kuangren with his mini world. "Unless your pocket world can cover the entire secret realm, you will only be able to look at my back forever." Chu Kuangren chuckled and said. His voice was not loud. However, Bai Jueshin, who had locked onto him with the emperor's will, could hear everything clearly. His expression instantly darkened. "Bastard." He channeled his monarch chi to increase his speed to the maximum. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than teleportation? Bai Jueshin could surpass the speed of light and travel millions of miles in an instant. But Chu Kuangren could travel anywhere in the secret realm with just a thought. How could it only span millions of miles? Another few hours passed. Bai Jueshin still could not catch Chu Kuangren. Just as he was enraged, a sword light wrapped in majestic emperor Qi suddenly descended from the sky above his head. Chu Kuangren was the one who had unleashed that attack, and he had used the spatial conveyor technique to move it above his head. Chu Kuangren sent a sword strike towards Bai Jueshin from millions of miles away. This sword came with great momentum, containing the might of an invincible technique. Even if an ordinary Empyrean blocked it with all their strength, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Bai Jueshin shouted as he slapped his palm toward the sky. Blood-colored Emperor Qi gathered and forcefully dispersed the sword. "Your sword is too weak," Bai Jueshin said coldly. "Oh, really?" Chu Kuangren chuckled playfully. After that, at a certain spot in the secret realm, the space above a Blood Tribe warship suddenly warped, and then a ray of purple sword light descended from the sky. With a deafening explosion, the battleship was split into two, and a large number of Blood Race cultivators died under the ravaging sword chi. Of course, Bai Jueshin noticed that. At that moment, his pale face quickly turned red because of his extreme anger. He was so angry that his body could not help but tremble. So what if those blood race cultivators died? He did not care. However, Chu Kuangren's actions were a slap to his face. As the leader of this operation, not only could he not deal with Chu Kuangren, but he could not even protect his own people. Was there anything more humiliating than that? Firmament human, tell me your name. I'm your father. D*Imminent. B*starred. You'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer every punishment in the blood tribe. Baijueshin was so angry that he almost lost his mind. In the face of Baijueshin's rage, Chu Kuangren curled his lips. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword attack. Far away, another warship was destroyed. Baijueshin's angry roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Everyone gather. Don't let this person take us down one by one. Chu Kuangren's spatial conveyor technique was too shameless. Others might not be able to catch him, but he could attack at will. All the blood tribe cultivators, including Baijueshin, were just targets to him. The only thing the blood tribe cultivators could do now was to gather together and follow Baijueshin to ensure that Chu Kuangren would not take them down one by one. Meanwhile, Baijueshin had also given up on hunting Chu Kuangren and returned to his worship. However, the blood tribe had scattered their troops to various places to collect the treasures in the secret realm. Hence, it would take some time to gather together. During that time, Chu Kuangren had swiftly taken down more than 10 warships and looted a large amount of treasures. 2 days later, all the blood tribe cultivators who had entered the secret realm had gathered together. However, compared to their high spirits when they first entered the secret realm, they were now dejected and dispirited. They did not expect that Chu Kuangren would appear in this trip to the secret realm, which caught them off guard. Not a single one of the hundreds of millions of blood tribe cultivators could do anything to Chu Kuangren. All of them were suppressed by a single person. D*Imminent. This guy's spatial techniques are too shameless. We can't even catch him. On the contrary, this guy can even attack us at will. Among us, besides the prince, no one else is a match for him. However, with his spatial techniques, even the prince can't do anything to him. This is just too frustrating. The blood race heavenly venerables gathered together and discussed with each other. In front of them, Baijueshin's expression was extremely grim. He was also thinking about how to deal with Chu Kuangren. However, no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of a way to restrain his opponent's spatial techniques. Unless it's the Daelord's small world or the origin of this secret realm, we can't do anything to him. Baijueshin took a deep breath and said helplessly, the Daelord's small world could cover the entire secret realm. No matter how powerful his opponent's spatial techniques were, he could not freely use them in someone else's small world. However, the Blood Tribe Daelords and the Firmament Star Daelords were fighting each other, so they rarely took the initiative to attack. Besides, they did not have any Daelords in their team. As for the second method, controlling the secret realm's origin was even more difficult than getting a Daelord to attack. As the name suggested, the secret realm's origin was the original energy of this secret realm. Controlling the secret realm's origin was equivalent to controlling the entire secret realm. However, the secret realm's origin was different from other treasures. It was hidden very well and was very difficult to find. Even if it was discovered, it was impossible for a heavenly honorable to refine and control it. We'll deal with this guy later. Let's continue to excavate the secret realm. As long as we're together, that guy won't be able to do anything. Baijueshin said indifferently. Even so, with so many blood tribe cultivators gathered together and excavating in the same direction, the efficiency of collecting treasures was greatly reduced. On the other hand, after Chu Kuangren had collected more than 10 blood tribe warships, he continued to search for the most valuable treasures in the secret realm with his treasure locating skill. Chapter 722. Chu Kuangren entered the secret realm and wreaked havoc in the blood tribe, forcing them to gather together under Baijueshin's protection. After that, Chu Kuangren used his treasure locating skill to search for the most valuable treasures in the secret realm of this universe. On this day, Chu Kuangren arrived at a pink crystal mountain range. Here, he once again collected a few rare flowers. However, just as he was about to leave, a strange fluctuation came. It was a very weak fluctuation. Chu Kuangren even suspected that he was hallucinating. He used his treasure locating skill to confirm again, but there was no fluctuation either. He frowned. Could it really be an illusion? Chu Kuangren found it hard to believe. He used his treasure locating skill again and again to confirm again and again. When he used it for the 18th time, the weak fluctuation appeared again. Just like the first time, it disappeared in an instant. However, that was enough for Chu Kuangren to confirm that something was wrong. It's not an illusion. There really is some kind of treasure here, but it's so well hidden that even my treasure locating skill almost missed it. What could it be? Chu Kuangren smiled excitedly. He began to explore the source of that strange fluctuation. That strange fluctuation came from the depths of the mountain range. Chu Kuangren used his treasure locating skill again and slowly went deeper into the mountain range. Soon, he arrived at the end of the mountain range. It was a huge pink crystal mountain wall. The source of that strange fluctuation came from this mountain wall. However, to Chu Kuangren's senses, this mountain wall was just like any other ordinary crystal mountain wall. There was nothing special about it at all. There must be something special about this mountain wall that the treasure locating skill is reacting to, Chu Kuangren murmured. However, he did not approach it hastily. Xiao AI, help me analyze this crystal mountain wall. Yes, master. Connecting to the consciousness of the universe. Beginning analysis of target. This mountain wall consists of spirit crystals, minerals, and a small amount of metal. It has the ability to isolate senses. The crystal mountain wall's information was analyzed one by one, but what caught Chu Kuangren's attention the most was the ability to isolate senses. Isolate senses? Could it be to prevent the treasures inside this mountain wall from being discovered? Chu Kuangren rubbed his chin and muttered, Master, this mountain wall is hollow. At that moment, the all-knowing spirit, Xiao AI's voice rang in his mind. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. It was hollow. Did that mean that there was really some treasure hidden inside? The descendant self-sword on Chu Kuangren's waist was unsheathed with a clang. A purple sword, Qi, slashed across and landed on the mountain wall. The mountain wall shook, and a few broken pink crystals fell off. This is way too hard. Chu Kuangren could not help but exclaim as he stared at the mountain wall. That sword attack earlier could even break an emperor weapon. However, there was no way to break through this mountain wall. Xiao AI, where's the weakest part of this cliff? According to the analysis, the weakest part of this mountain wall is 1 meter thick. With the strength of Master Sword Qi, it is impossible to break it. Then, can I only enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed? Chu Kuangren said unwillingly. According to the analysis, high temperature can soften this crystal mountain wall. High temperature? Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. Then, he gently raised his hand and a crimson phoenix flame appeared in the middle of his palm. In terms of temperature, how many flames in this world could compare to the divine phoenix fire? Go! After Chu Kuangren had determined the weakest part of the mountain wall, he released the phoenix flame and struck it at the crystal mountain wall. Under the burning of the phoenix flame, the mountain wall visibly softened. Chu Kuangren condensed his emperor's Qi Daoist patterns and unleashed another sword attack on the softened mountain wall, instantly tearing a hole. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Kuangren entered the hole in a flash. The inside of the mountain wall was still a sea of pink. There was an extremely spacious inner space here. What appeared before Chu Kuangren was a pink tree. Its trunk and leaves were all crystals, and there were countless Daoist patterns intertwining on its body, forming clear veins. Chu Kuangren could not help but shudder at the first sight of the tree. His instincts told him that it was a valuable treasure. Xiao AI, analyze it. Analyzing. Target level 1 secret realm origin. Information regarding the secret realm's origin gushed into Chu Kuangren's mind, allowing him to confirm that this was indeed an incredible treasure. The secret realm origin is the core energy of the secret realm. As long as I can refine it, this secret realm will be under my complete control. Not only that, but this secret realm origin contains the mysteries of a world, which will greatly benefit my understanding of the small world. However, refining a secret realm origin was not an easy task. Even a Taoist master might not be able to do it. Chu Kuangren approached the secret realm origin and placed his hand on it. Suddenly, the veins of the tree were fully revealed to him. Countless Taoist patterns intertwined within it, which was extremely mysterious. In order to refine this origin, one must first understand the mysteries within it. If it were any other cultivator, they would feel dizzy and unable to understand the mysteries within even a single glance. However, Chu Kuangren's greatest strength was his perception. Just because others can't refine it doesn't mean I can't. The greatest opportunity of fortune in this secret realm is right in front of me. How can I miss it so easily? Chu Kuangren murmured. He then began to understand the mysteries contained within the secret realm origin. Time passed. 10 days had passed. Inside the secret realm, Bai Juexin led a group of blood tribe cultivators to excavate all kinds of treasures in the secret realm, and their harvest was increasing. That made Bai Juexin feel much better. That firmament star cultivator is all alone. How many treasures can he possibly find in this secret realm? I'm afraid he can't even compare to 100th of what we have. Bai Juexin snorted as he sat on a chair. Behind him, two beautiful blood tribe ladies were massaging his shoulders. They replied with a smile, "You're right, Prince. He's just a firmament star cultivator. How can he compare to our hundreds of millions of soldiers?" That's right. He's all alone. Forget 100th, even 1,000th would be overestimating him. I wonder where he is now. Bai Juexin said. Then, his emperor's thoughts surged out and covered the entire secret realm, trying to find Chu Kuangren. He could not help but frown. He's gone? For what he could sense, Chu Kuangren had disappeared. Did he leave the secret realm? That's impossible. This secret realm's barrier can only be opened by the combined strength of 10 upper heavenly honorables. How did he leave? Bai Juexin's emperor's thought continued to spread out, searching for Chu Kuangren's whereabouts over and over again. However, he could not find anything. Chu Kuangren had really disappeared. How can this be? Does he really have a way to leave the secret realm? When Bai Juexin thought of Chu Kuangren's profound spatial technique, he felt that it was not impossible. At that thought, his face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. At first, he thought that Chu Kuangren would not be able to leave the secret realm by himself. He thought that he would first excavate the treasures in the secret realm, then slowly come up with a way to deal with him. But now, Chu Kuangren had disappeared. This caused his plan to fail once again. ****. Chapter 723. Forget it. As long as he's still in the extraterrestrial battlefield, I'll find a way to find him. When that time comes, I'll make his life a living hell. A cold glint flashed across Bai Juexin's eyes. He was the son of the Blood King of the Blood Tribe. His status was highly respected, so it was easy for him to find someone in the extraterrestrial battlefield. I've looted most of the treasures in this secret realm, but I still haven't found the origin of the secret realm. It seems like I won't be able to find it. I'll search for a few more days. If I still can't find him, I'll have to leave. It's about time for the firmament star to send someone over. Bai Juexin murmured. Boom! At that moment, the entire pink secret realm suddenly shook. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the blood tribe cultivators. From the crack, battleships flew out one after another. Bai Juexin smiled when he saw that. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about it, but they're already here. Those battleships belong to the cultivators from the firmament star. Most of the battleships were labeled with the numbers 16, 17, and 18, which meant that most of the cultivators were from those few fortresses. In fact, those three fortresses were the closest to the number 7 space band, so it was reasonable that they were the first to arrive. Among them, the leading Heavenly Honorable was the Guardian General of Fortress number 17, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable. He had personally led the expedition to the Secret Realm. Why are all the Blood Tribe cultivators gathered together? What's going on? The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable was a little surprised. Are they planning to leave? The bearded commander beside the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable said. That was not a good sign. It meant that the other party had looted most of the treasures in this secret realm. Otherwise, why would they leave? Let me find out where Brother Chu is. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable's Emperor's thought instantly spread out and covered the entire secret realm. However, just like Bai Jueshin, he could not find any trace of Chu Kuangren. There were only two possibilities. Either Chu Kuangren had left the secret realm, or he had fallen. The first possibility was that if Chu Kuangren had entered the secret realm, he would not be able to open the secret realm and leave on his own. In that case, only the second possibility remained. Thinking of this, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate's face darkened. Beside him, Yin Honghua, who had met Empyrean Ghost Blade on the way here, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she saw Empyrean Ghost Blade's face. Grandfather, what's the situation? There is no trace of fellow Taoist Chu. Empyrean Ghost Blade shook his head. Hearing this, Yin Honghua's face instantly turned pale. He didn't find it. Does that mean he's already? That's not necessarily the case. Fellow Taoist Chu is an amazing talent. He doesn't seem to be someone with a short life. Ghost Blade Heavenly Lord comforted him. However, even he didn't have much hope in his heart. There were simply too many vampires in front of him. They numbered in the hundreds of millions, and there were many heavenly exalts amongst them. There were even half-step Dao like Bai Jueshin. In his opinion, Chu Kuangren, a lower-level heavenly honorable, would never be able to deal with these beings for so many days. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade knew that the other party had most likely perished. Benefactor, I've let you down. Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate sighed in his heart. Chu Kuangren had come to him with the token of his benefactor, Qi Xing. However, Qi Xing had died in the hands of the Blood Tribe, which made him feel very guilty. Brother Chu, I'll definitely avenge you. Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate thought to himself as he looked at the Blood Tribe's warship with an extremely cold, murderous intent. Blood Tribe, prepare to die. Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate roared and took a step forward. The energy on his body exploded, and a giant pitch-black saber shadow formed behind him. Around him, the Firmament Star Heavenly Venerates also rushed out and activated their lesser worlds one after another, enveloping the entire area. When the Firmament Star Cultivators and the Blood Tribe met, there was nothing much to say. Kill. The hatred between the two sides had been going on for countless years, and there was no end to it. Seeing that the Firmament Star Heavenly Venerates had activated their lesser worlds, the Blood Tribe's Heavenly Venerates could no longer sit still and flew into the sky. Haha, Firmament Star Cultivators, you're too late. We've already taken most of the treasures in this secret realm. The most we could do now is collect the leftovers that we don't want. That's right. What's the use of coming here? You're just here to die. I'll vent the anger I suffered from that damn guy on you. Die. The Blood Tribe Heavenly Venerates also activated their lesser worlds. One by one, the lesser worlds collided, causing the entire secret realm to shake violently. The Heavenly Venerates fought with the Heavenly Venerates until the sky darkened. Meanwhile, the Emperors had also begun to fight. Kill. Blood Tribe. We can't let these Blood Tribe members bring back the resources in this secret realm. Brothers, kill. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Long live the Blood Tribe. The cultivators below the Monarch realm clashed together like a torrent. For a time, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Broken limbs, flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. Yin Honghua led the red uniform guards and charged into the battlefield below the Emperors. One by one, the Blood Tribe members died under their charge. Yin Honghua stabbed out with her spear. The domineering spear force was so overbearing that it blasted a Blood Tribe emperor who wanted to ambush her into pieces. Then, she looked at the battle between the heavenly venerates in the sky. She knew that the key to the outcome of this battle lay with the heavenly venerates. This was especially true for the leaders of both sides. In the sky, the Emperor aura on heavenly venerate Ghost Blade's body crisscrossed. Tao patterns interweaved and formed a huge pitch-black saber shadow behind him, emitting a terrifying might. His lesser world only covered a radius of 10 miles, but no one dared to approach within 10 miles. The blood origin power on your body is very rich. You must have a high status in the blood tribe to have such a degree of blood origin power, Heavenly Venerate Ghostblade said coldly as he looked at Baijuoshin. Blood origin power was a unique power of the blood tribe. The richer the blood origin power was, the greater the talent and potential of the other party. Heavenly Venerate Ghostblade had only seen a few blood origin power of Baijuoshin's level in the foreign battlefield in so many years. It's the son of the Blood King of the Bai clan, Baijuoshin. Baijuoshin flew up from the warship and said indifferently. His identity as the son of the Blood King surprised Heavenly Venerate Ghostblade slightly, but the murderous intent in his eyes almost materialized. I believe that killing the son of the Blood King is a big loss for the Blood Tribe. I'm sure the higher-ups of Firmament Star will have a headache after killing the Fortress Master, Baijuoshin said tit for tat. Kill. Heavenly Venerate Ghostblade snorted softly as his murderous intent soared. The pitch-black saber shadow behind him slashed out. As Baijuoshin raised his hand, a dark red greatsword appeared in his hand. With a slash, the dark red sword ray collided with the saber shadow. There was a loud explosion, and the entire secret realm was shaken. Then, Baijuoshin released his lesser world. The collision of the lesser worlds of the two heavenly venerates caused the surrounding void to distort and explode. Chapter 724. As the master of the stronghold, Ghostblade Heavenly Master's strength was undeniable. He was definitely a top Heavenly Master. He was also a half-step Dowlord, and his battle prowess was almost on par with Baijuoshin's. Boom, boom, boom. The small worlds of the two powerhouses collided, causing the void to explode continuously. The power of the world turned into a storm that swept out, shattering the surrounding crystal stone mountains. As expected of the Stronghold Master, you are indeed powerful. Baijuoshin held the large sword in his hand. Then, majestic Emperor Qi gathered in it, and Tao patterns intertwined as he slashed out again. The power of this slash far surpassed the previous sword light, and it displayed Baijuoshin's Tao to the extreme. This was profound. First sword of the 3 slashes of annihilation. Ghostblade Heavenly Master looked serious as he faced this slash. He raised his hand gently, Ghost slaying Heavenly Blade. Amidst the rumbling, a large amount of Emperor Qi and Tao patterns once again interweaved into pitch-black saber shadows, and the saber shadows gradually reflected countless ferocious evil spirits. Ghost howls resounded throughout the world, and resentment filled the void, making everyone shudder. The blade shadow and the sword light collided, and the two Tao patterns intertwined before finally collapsing. Both Ghost Blade Heavenly Master and Baijuoshin were also affected by the impact. They were pushed back hundreds of feet, and their bodies were also injured. Take another slash. Second sword of the 3 slashes of annihilation. Baijuoshin attacked again, and an even more terrifying sword light erupted. Come on! Ghost Blade Heavenly Master roared, pushing his Emperor Qi to the extreme. The blade shadow and sword light collided again, and the entire secret realm shook violently. After this attack, the two powerhouses were injured again. I'll let you see my third slash. Baijuoshin soared into the sky, and a powerful suction force erupted from his body. Countless blood mists surged out of the corpses of the blood race around him, rushing toward him like rivers flowing into the sea. This was the blood race's divine ability, blood darkness power. Bai Jueshin's aura skyrocketed with the support of a large amount of blood race origin power. He swung the large sword in his hand, and the mighty sword light descended in an even more domineering manner. Empyrean Ghost Blade took a deep breath, and black mist began to swirl around his body. Countless evil spirits were crawling within the mist. These evil spirits gradually climbed onto his body and turned into countless black patterns. Thousand Ghosts Entanglement. Purgatory slash. Empyrean Ghost Blade roared and used a secret technique to increase his strength. With one slash, thousands of evil spirits seemed to interweave into a terrifying purgatory, and within that purgatory, a resplendent saber light bloomed. When the sword and saber collided for the third time, everyone only saw a brilliant burst of light. Black and red intertwined and dyed most of the sky. Within the light, there were countless Tao patterns circulating. After a while, the saber-light purgatory and the tyrannical sword chi both dissipated. The Ghost Blade, Heavenly Master, and Bai Jueshin hovered in the air. Their auras were much weaker than before, and there were many more injuries on their bodies. The result was an internecine outcome. Haha, it's been a long time since someone has been able to injure me to this extent, as expected of the general guarding a fortress. Bai Jueshin laughed out loud. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a drop of dark red blood. That drop of blood contained surging energy fluctuations, and its terrifying, domineering aura enveloped half of the battlefield. Empyrean Ghost Blade's expression changed. Daelord's blood essence. Inside the crystal mountain wall, Chu Kuangren was refining the secret realm's origin. The Tao patterns within the secret realm's origin were too mysterious. Even with Chu Kuangren's level of enlightenment, he could not fully understand them in a short period of time. However, these 10 days were enough for him to refine a portion of it and gain a basic understanding of this secret realm. Now, all he needed to do was to use his mind, and all the sceneries and treasures in this secret realm would be presented to him. This secret realm was no longer a secret to him. Not only that, but because he had refined a portion of the secret realm's origin, his cultivation level had also risen to the intermediate heavenly honorable realm. However, that was only the smallest benefit he had gained this time. His biggest gain was that his small world had received a massive upgrade. His understanding of the small world's usage had increased by several levels during the process of learning the secret realm's origin. That was a huge help to him. It's the Empyrean Ghost Blade and the others. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren sensed that a battle was taking place in the secret realm. Seeing that the Empyrean Ghost Blade and the others were about to fall into a disadvantageous position, Chu Kuangren knew it was time for him to make a move. Daelord's blood essence. The Empyrean Ghost Blade could not help but exclaim when he saw the drop of blood in Bai Jueshin's hand. That's right. This is a drop of my father's blood essence. None of the firmament cultivators who came to the secret realm today shall leave this place alive. Bai Jueshin laughed before he swallowed the drop of Daelord's blood essence into his stomach. An incredibly violent aura erupted from his body. His cultivation level was rising at an insane rate. Soon, he had crossed the threshold of the Daolord realm. Is this the power of a Daolord? It's so powerful. Bai Jueshin was intoxicated by it. Below him, countless firmament star cultivators could not help but feel a sense of despair when they sensed the domineering aura. A Daolord was the pinnacle of combat strength in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The difference between a Daolord and a heavenly venerable was only one realm apart, but the gap between them was unimaginable. Even 100 heavenly venerables could not compare to half a Daolord. Although this drop of blood essence can only keep me in the Daolord realm for an hour, it's more than enough to kill all of you. Bai Jueshin said calmly. Then he raised his hand and unleashed his little realm, which instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. With a thought, the firmament cultivators exploded one after another. Heavenly venerables, let's fight this little realm together. The Empyrean Ghost Blade roared. He was the first to unleash his little realm to protect the others. The other heavenly venerables also unleashed their own little realms. The little realms stacked together to form a powerful surge of realm energy. However, the moment it collided with Baijueshin's little realm, the heavenly venerables' expressions changed as they spat out blood one after another. It's too powerful. Is this the Daelord's little realm? Comparing our little realms to the Daelord's is like comparing a river to an ocean. There's no comparison at all. There's no comparison. The heavenly venerables used all their strength to resist Baijueshin's little realm. However, they could not hold on for long in the face of absolute power. As the little realms collapsed one after another, the heavenly venerables gradually became exhausted. In the end, only the Empyrean Ghost Blade was left holding on bitterly. However, even a half-step Daelord like the Empyrean Ghost Blade could only hold on for a little longer than the other heavenly venerables in front of Baijueshin. As the Empyrean Ghost Blade's little realm gradually shattered, Baijueshin's little realm was about to envelop everyone. Countless people revealed looks of despair. No one can save all of you today. Baijueshin sneered as he clenched his fist in the void. His little realm instantly crushed the Empyrean Ghost Blade's last bit of resistance. Is that so? Just as Baijueshin's little realm was about to envelop everyone, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Accompanying this voice was the little realm formed by crisscrossing Dao patterns in the void. Chapter 725. Oh, is that so? A cold voice echoed in the sky. Just as Baijueshin's mini-realm was about to engulf everyone, countless Taoist patterns intertwined in the void and formed a mini-realm that enveloped the Ghost Blade, Heavenly Honorable, and the others. The collision of the two mini-realms caused the void to distort. Baijueshin also immediately sensed the power of the small world that had suddenly intervened in the battlefield. This voice, is it you? Baijueshin stared into the distance in shock. All he saw was a white-robed figure slowly descending from the sky. With black hair and a gorgeous ancient sword hanging on his waist, he was as handsome as an immortal. It was Chu Kuangren. Upon seeing him, the Ghost Blade, Heavenly Honorable, and Yin Honghua were overjoyed. It's Brother Chu. He's not dead. That's great. Compared to the two's ecstasy, the other cultivators were confused. Clearly, they were not familiar with Chu Kuangren. Only the emperors and heavenly honorables who had heard of him seemed to be deep in thought. That man is Chu Kuangren. He can fight against a Tao Lord. If I remember correctly, he only became an emperor a few years ago. How can he fight against a Tao Lord so quickly? This speed of improvement. Is he lying? Everyone looked at Chu Kuangren in bewilderment, especially Baijueshin. A few days ago, Chu Kuangren could only rely on spatial techniques to deal with him. Now he could fight him head-on. Was this a joke? What have you done? Baijueshin growled and raised his mini-realm to its limit. However, no matter what he did, he could not suppress Chu Kuangren's mini-realm. Isn't it obvious what I've done? My mini-realm is stronger than yours. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Then he gently raised his hand, and the mini-realm's power increased significantly. With a boom, Baijueshin's mini-realm was suppressed. This scene completely shocked the crowd, especially the cultivators of the Blood Tribe, who could not believe what they were seeing. How could this man become so powerful in just a few days? How could he suppress a Daelord's mini-realm? What has he been through in the past few days? Yin Honghua, the Ghost Blade, Heavenly Honorable, and the others were also puzzled. More than 10 days ago, he was only a lesser, celestial venerable. But now, he could fight against the Tao Lord. This rate of improvement was simply too ridiculously fast. You've refined the origin of the secret realm, haven't you? Baijueshin growled. Arcane World Source? Upon hearing this, Ghost Blade, Heavenly Venerate, and the others also sensed something. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Chu Kuangren's small world and the secret realm had a very high degree of integration. It was almost as if they had become one. In other words, Bai Jueshin was not only fighting against Chu Kuangren's lesser realm, but the entire secret realm as well. Hey, you guessed it. Chu Kuangren chuckled and did not deny it. This is impossible. Impossible. How did you manage to find the secret realm's origin source? Moreover, even a peak heavenly venerable, no, even a Tao master would not be able to refine the secret realm's origin source in such a short period of time. How did you do it? Bai Jueshin's expression kept changing. She simply could not believe what had just happened. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the sea and sky? Chu Kuangren looked at Bai Jueshin with a look of contempt and disdain. Upon seeing this, Bai Jueshin was instantly enraged. He was the Blood Emperor's son, a peak heavenly venerable. Now that he had consumed a Daelord's blood essence, he was even a Daelord. How could someone like him look down on him? So what if you've refined the secret realm's origin source? I'm now a Daelord. I'd like to see how you're going to turn this around. Third, obliteration slash. Bai Jueshin swung the greatsword in his hand. A dazzling sword light swept out in a mighty manner. Upon seeing this, Chu Kuangren unsheathed the descendant self sword at his waist and unleashed a slash of his own. Surging Emperor's Qi and Taoist patterns fused with realm energy, which contained an invincible might and clashed with Bai Jueshin's sword ray. However, Chu Kuangren's sword Qi easily shattered Bai Jueshin's sword Qi and blasted him into the mountains in the distance. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene, sending a Daelord flying with a single slash. F***ck me. What kind of combat strength is that? It's too insane. You're too weak as a Daelord. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Bai Jueshin dashed out from the mountains and glared at Chu Kuangren with his blood-red eyes. His murderous intent was like never before. I'll kill you. Bai Jueshin had never thought that he would be so furious today. Never. First, Chu Kuangren used his spatial technique to walk him around like a dog. Now that he had reached the Daelord realm, he was blasted away by Chu Kuangren's sword in front of everyone. His pride as the Blood Emperor's son was almost rubbed against the ground. Third, obliteration slash. Bai Jueshin swung his great sword and activated his Emperor's Qi, Taoist patterns, and realm energy to the limit. Surges of sword Qi that contained an incredibly majestic force erupted, as if they could destroy the world. A single sword Qi was enough to kill a peak heavenly venerable, but there were hundreds of them that were heading towards Chu Kuangren. Faced with such an attack, Chu Kuangren merely reached out his hand and activated the secret realm's origins world energy to form a transparent, crystal-like barrier in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The sword Qi struck the crystal barrier and caused it to explode. Its terrifying might swept across the surroundings and destroyed the surrounding mountains. The ground within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers was filled with craters and cracks. A Daelord's strength could almost destroy the world. However, under such a terrifying attack, Chu Kuangren's crystal barrier was not damaged in the slightest. Not only that, but the ghost blade heavenly honorable, Yin Honghua, and the others behind him were unharmed too. Only the cultivators of the Blood Clan were affected. However, Bai Jueshin could not care less. His rage had almost consumed his rationality. All he wanted now was to kill Chu Kuangren with all his might. One sword strike after another was unleashed. However, at that moment, ripples appeared in the void. Streaks of silver-white chains emerged from the void and bound Bai Jueshin's limbs, rendering him immobile. Is this a lesser realm? Bai Jueshin sensed that the chains did not contain pure realm energy. Instead, they contained a complete lesser realm. Moreover, it was a lesser realm that was enhanced by the secret realm's origin. He can turn a lesser realm into a chain to suppress me? Bai Jueshin's pupils shrunk. He was a little shocked. It was rare for a heavenly venerable to be able to shoot a lesser realm like a cannonball. Bai Jueshin knew that there were not many people who could surpass him in terms of lesser realms. However, Chu Kuangren could turn a lesser realm into a chain to suppress him. That was much more powerful than when he shot out a lesser realm. Chu Kuangren had not only improved the lesser realm's power, his ability to use the lesser realm had also increased by several levels. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Do you think that's all? Chu Kuangren chuckled. With a lift of his arm, Bai Jueshin's sword chi was moved above Bai Jueshin using his spatial conveyor technique and returned to him. Chapter 726. Sword chi descended from the sky and slashed at Bai Jueshin. Now that he was bound by the chains formed by the small world, it was difficult for him to break free, so he had to endure the sword chi. After a series of loud booms, Bai Jueshin's body was severely injured by his own sword chi. The Tao patterns on his body started to crack. How does your own sword chi taste? Chu Kuangren stood in the air and chuckled. Given his current cultivation, it would have been very difficult for him to use the space transportation technique to move Bai Jueshin's sword chi. Even if he could do it, he wouldn't be able to control where the sword chi would land. However, now that he had refined the arcane world source, everything in this arcane world was under his control. Of course, that included space. Damn it, the dark chi on Bai Jueshin's body surged unceasingly. He shrunk his small world to a radius of 3 meters and forcibly broke free from the chains. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light contained the power of small world. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren too unleashed a sword attack. In the sword light, not only did it show the reversal of the sun and moon and the falling stars, but it also showed the small world that was enhanced by the power of the secret realm. The collision of sword lights was the collision of worlds. A loud sound echoed as Bai Jueshin was sent flying again. Chu Kuangren was practically suppressing Bai Jueshin. Bai Jueshin, who had been sent flying, suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes were filled with madness. I admit that I'm no match for you in this secret realm. However, even if I die, I'll drag all of you down with me. Bai Jueshin had a deranged look on his face. His body shone brightly, and a tyrannical and violent energy fluctuation spread from his body. The Tao patterns on his body actually began to collapse. When Heavenly Venerate, Ghostblade, and the others sensed the berserk energy fluctuations emanating from Bai Jueshin's body, their expressions changed. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Damn it. Not only the Sky Dome Realm cultivators, even the Blood Race cultivators were panicking. The destruction caused by the self-detonation of a Tao Lord was absolutely unimaginable, and it was even to the extent that it could destroy the entire secret dimension. Of course, the people in the secret world were not spared. Stop him! Empyrean Ghost Blade roared. The Heavenly Venerables activated their small worlds again and pressed down on Bai Jueshin. But it was useless. As Bai Jueshin raised his hand, the small worlds shattered one after another. Chu Kuangren activated the chains of the small world, but his opponent was already prepared for it. He maintained his small world within a radius of 10 feet. Even if Chu Kuangren's mini-world was reinforced by the secret realm's origin energy, there was no way he could destroy it. All of you shall accompany me in death. Bai Jueshin laughed maniacally. His body had already begun to expand, and a peerlessly terrifying aura threatened, easily causing the surrounding void to distort. Chu Kuangren's figure flashed and appeared in front of Bai Jueshin. You can't stop me, Bai Jueshin roared, unless Chu Kuangren could kill him in an instant. Otherwise, the self-detonation would not be stopped. But is this possible? His current strength was at the level of a Tao Lord. Even if a Tao Lord personally came, he might not be able to kill him in an instant. Even if Chu Kuangren had the secret realm origin's blessing, he was still just a middle-level heavenly honorable. It was impossible for him to do that. Time halt, Chu Kuangren said calmly. An incredibly mysterious fluctuation appeared in the air, covering a radius of 10 meters with him as the center. Even Bai Jueshin's mini-world was affected by this fluctuation and stopped operating. What is this? The moment Bai Jueshin's mini-world stopped operating, he could not help but reveal a look of horror. It was the first time he had felt such power. Then, his horrified expression froze on his face. After a sword ray flashed past, everything returned to normal. However, a bloody gash appeared on Bai Jueshin's neck. Before the horrified expression on his face could fade, his head was tossed high into the air. His self-detonation process was also interrupted. Everyone was shocked by this scene. In their eyes, the sword attack that Chu Kuangren had used on Bai Jueshin was not very mysterious. In fact, it could even be said to be ordinary. That sword attack should not have been able to kill someone at Bai Jueshin's level. Yet it had succeeded. Bai Jueshin did not react at all when he was faced with that sword attack. He stood there like a log. What happened just now? Someone gulped, feeling incredulous. Only a few people realized what had happened. For a split second, everything around Chu Kuangren stopped changing. Space, matter, and everything else stopped. It's time. He stopped time. How is this possible? Someone can actually manipulate time. This is a power that is even harder to understand than the soul and space. How can such a technique exist? The heavenly venerables were dumbfounded. A technique that used time. To think that Chu Kuangren could control such a mysterious power. The prince is dead. Compared to the firmament cultivators, the blood tribe was in a panic. With Bai Jueshin's death, they had lost their pillar of support. Run! Some of the upper heavenly venerables roared and launched a palm attack at the secret realm, trying to tear open the barrier and leave the secret realm. However, the secret realm barrier that could only be opened by 10 upper heavenly venerables was now useless no matter how hard they attacked. Chu Kuangren had gathered the origin energy of the secret realm and his own mini-world to strengthen the barrier. Trying to escape? You must be dreaming. Chu Kuangren sneered. We'll fight you to the death. Some of the blood tribe heavenly venerables roared and charged at Chu Kuangren. One by one, they unleashed their mini-worlds to fight against Chu Kuangren. Using a mini-world in my world? What a fool! Chu Kuangren lifted his arm and unleashed the origin energy of his mini-world and the secret realm, shattering the heavenly venerables' mini-worlds one by one. Die! Chu Kuangren's mini-world enveloped the entire battlefield. With a thought, the blood tribe, including the emperors, exploded one by one under the pressure of the mini-world's energy. The heavenly venerables only managed to hold on for a little while longer. Not long after, hundreds of millions of blood tribe cultivators were killed. Meanwhile, the firmament star cultivators who witnessed this massacre were all horrified as they stared at Chu Kuangren, who was hovering in mid-air in utter shock. After this battle, Chu Kuangren's name would spread across the battlefield. Phew! After the massacre, Chu Kuangren let out a long sigh. He had only refined the secret realm's origin, so the massacre had taken a huge toll on him. The Emperor's chi in his body was almost depleted. However, this battle was worth it. Brother Chu, you're so awesome. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate walked up to Chu Kuangren and laughed. The other captains were amazed too. So you're Chu Kuangren? It's an honor to meet you. I've long heard of how amazing Chu Kuangren is. Now that I've seen you in person, I can see that you live up to your reputation. I'm impressed. It's all thanks to you, Brother Chu. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Chu, you're the main contributor in this battle. No one could deny Chu Kuangren's role in this battle. He had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle and annihilated the Blood Tribe's army. The heavenly venerables and emperors exchanged a few pleasantries with Chu Kuangren before they began to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 7:27. He had gained a lot from this battle. Apart from killing hundreds of millions of Blood Tribe members, he had also obtained a large number of treasures from the secret realm. Of course, Chu Kuangren's contribution in this battle was the greatest, and he had already obtained the greatest opportunity of fortune. The secret realm origin was more valuable than all the treasures in the secret realm combined. However, he would not give up on the rest of the treasures either. It It was impossible for him to take all of them. He could not use all of them anyway. Chu Kuangren took a portion of his secret realm's treasures to ensure that he could improve his strength as much as possible. As for the rest, he handed them over to the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate as his army's provisions. Brother Chu, I thank you on behalf of the extraterrestrial soldiers. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate said solemnly. We're all on the same battlefield now, so there's no need to be so polite. Chu Kuangren said. After spending a few days cleaning up the battlefield, the Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate even estimated the number of battle points that Chu Kuangren would receive. Chu Kuangren had killed hundreds of millions of Blood Tribe members, including emperors, heavenly venerates, and even Blood King's sons. Excluding those below the honorable realm, there were tens of millions of honorables. Not to mention that there were many sages and emperors among them. In other words, Chu Kuangren would receive tens of millions of battle points this time, which was more than everyone in the 17th fortress. And this is just the number of enemies killed. The secret realm treasures are also a huge amount of battle points. Brother Chu, you can even enter the top 100 of the 81 fortresses' total battle points leaderboard. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Venerate laughed. Every fortress had its own battle leaderboard, and when all the battle leaderboards were added together, they would form the total battle points leaderboard. Those who could enter the top 100 of the total battle points leaderboard were all famous top-notch cultivators in the extraterrestrial battlefields. Someone like Yin Honghua, who was ranked in the 20s of the 17th Fortress's battle points leaderboard, could not be compared to the top 100. Even the ones in the top 100 had at least tens of millions of battle points. Yin Honghua only had a few million battle points. The top 100 of the total battle points leaderboard? Interesting. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Then, the few of them continued their discussion. When the battlefield was almost cleaned up, everyone decided to head back. However, Chu Kuangren did not leave. Instead, he decided to stay in the secret realm. He planned to completely refine the arcane world's source before leaving. Heavenly Venerate Ghost Blade didn't say much about this. Fellow Taoist Chu, don't worry. I'll definitely handle the battle merits and the resources of the secret realm properly for you. Thank you, General. Chu Kuangren was very confident in the ghostly blade Heavenly Honorable. After living in the general's residence for a few days, Chu Kuangren knew the ghostly blade Heavenly Honorable very well. After the ghost blade Heavenly Honorable and the others left, Chu Kuangren returned to the secret realm origin and continued to refine it. Time flowed, and a month passed. On this day, when Chu Kuangren walked out of the Crystal Mountain Wall, he was in high spirits. Over the past few days, not only had he completely refined the arcane world source, but he had also absorbed many of the treasures he had obtained from the arcane world. His current cultivation base was no longer comparable to that of the past. Upper Celestial Venerable. Moreover, he was a top-notch Upper Heavenly Venerate, coupled with the small world that he had obtained after comprehending the origin of the mystic realm. Even if he didn't have the freakish ability of stopping time, there was practically no one below the Tao Lord who was a match for him. He was confident that he would be able to defeat someone like Bai Juexing quickly. I'm in a great mood. Let's do a lucky draw to reward myself. Chu Kuangren opened the fantasy roulette and began the lucky draw. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a god-tier technique, Eternal Stellar Physique. Huh. Chu Kuangren was stunned. A god-tier technique. Although it was not the first time he had obtained a god-tier reward, it was still the first time he had obtained a god-tier technique. Moreover, the name of the technique sounded rather impressive. He opened his inventory and saw an ancient book lying inside. The cover of the book was sparkling like the stars in the sky. Extract the Eternal Stellar Physique, Chu Kuangren said. Suddenly, the mysteries of this god-tier technique surged into his mind. After a long time, he finally finished absorbing it. What a powerful technique. This technique definitely surpasses all the Emperor scriptures I've ever seen. Chu Kuangren's eyes were filled with joy. It was because the star immortal body was too powerful. The Eternal Stellar Physique was a physique tempering technique. Its cultivation method was extremely shocking, and it was to devour the universe. to devour all the stars in the universe and temper the body. I already have the God-tier immortal body physique. Now, with the addition of the God-tier technique, the eternal stellar physique, once I master both, who in this universe can defeat me? Chu Kuangren could not help but laugh. Then, his figure flashed and flew out of the secret realm. In the cold and silent universe, a giant pink bubble floated. At this moment, a white figure flew out of the bubble. It was Chu Kuangren. He came to the top of the pink bubble and willed it. The pink bubble shrunk at an incredible speed and finally turned into the size of a glass ball. Chu Kuangren held it in his palm and absorbed it into his body. At this time, Chu Kuangren had completely refined his secret realm. He could control the size of this secret realm at will and carry it around with him. However, he could not put it into his yin and yang ring. This secret realm was a world after all, and an yin and yang ring could not accommodate such a level of existence. Even if Chu Kuangren's yin and yang ring was legendary, which was the highest grade in firmament star, it could not do anything. Therefore, he could only store it in his body. This was also the safest and most reliable way. The energy contained in this secret realm is not to be underestimated. In the future, if I don't like anyone, I can just throw this secret realm at them. No one below the Downlord level can stop me. Chu Kuangren smirked. After keeping the pink secret realm, he looked at the 7th asteroid not far away with a hint of greed in his eyes. It was like a glutton who had seen a rare delicacy. Shall AI analyze this asteroid for me? Is the energy contained in it enough for my eternal stellar physique to achieve initial success? Connecting to the universal consciousness, analyzing, a mysterious thought swept across the entire 7th asteroid. Grade 2 asteroids contain rich minerals and geothermal energy. It's not enough for Master's eternal stellar physique to achieve initial success. At most, it can only advance to about 70%. 70%? Chu Kuangren was a little disappointed. However, he quickly threw that disappointment to the back of his mind. With so many stars in the universe, why would he be afraid of not having enough body-tempering resources? Let's start with the 7th asteroid. Chu Kuangren smirked. Then his figure turned into a stream of light and pierced through the surface of the 7th asteroid, arriving at the planet's core. There was hot lava flowing here, and the temperature was extremely high. However, Chu Kuangren did not care. He activated the eternal stellar physique, and an indescribably terrifying suction force instantly erupted from his body. The surrounding heat, dust, and rocks quickly rushed towards him like rivers flowing into the sea. Under the effect of the immortal stellar physique, these energies were quickly converted into the astral energy needed to temper his body. However, Chu Kuangren felt that this process was too slow. Universal Cauldron Physique. Chapter 728. Universal Cauldron Physique. Absorb it. Chu Kuangren once again activated the Universal Cauldron Physique. This physique allowed one to quickly absorb any kind of energy between heaven and earth. And of course, that included the celestial energy. With the help of the Universal Cauldron Physique, Chu Kuangren's speed of absorbing the celestial energy greatly increased, and the 7th asteroid gradually collapsed. Looking from the sky above the planet, the asteroid was constantly trembling at this moment. Its surface was exploding, and huge cracks crisscrossed the ground, with countless amounts of magma gushing out of them. Meanwhile, the various energy substances contained within the planet were gushing towards the interior of the planet. Logically speaking, such a huge surge of energy should have caused the planet to explode. However, the 7th asteroid did not. Instead, it was collapsing inwardly. After that huge surge of energy substances entered the interior of the planet, it disappeared completely as if it was devoured by a horrifying beast. And that horrifying beast was, of course, Chu Kuangren. As the 7th asteroid was gradually refined by Chu Kuangren, The entire asteroid belt was plunged into an unprecedented tremor. The various super-small asteroids and asteroids that were floating in the cosmic void collided one after another. Some of the asteroids that were closest to the seventh asteroid were also affected by that horrifying suction force and were gradually sucked in as well. Another month had passed. Only some cosmic dust was left where the seventh asteroid used to be. In the void, a white-robed figure was sitting cross-legged with an incredibly dense celestial radiance circulating around his body. From afar, he looked like a bright star. All of a sudden, Chu Kuangren opened his eyes, and the celestial radiance on his body retracted. He slowly got up, and the surrounding void began to tremble violently, as if it was withstanding an extremely horrifying force from his movements. At that moment, a gigantic meteorite that was thousands of kilometers in size was hurtling towards Chu Kuangren from afar. Chu Kuangren stood in the air without dodging. He gently raised his hand, clenched his fair and slender fingers into a fist, and punched towards the meteorite. There was a loud explosion. The entire meteorite shattered into countless fragments. Chu Kuangren stood still on the spot. Some of the shattered meteorite fragments hit his body, but they did not cause him any harm at all. This physical body is already this terrifying, even though it's not even at the initial stage. How terrifying will its power be once it reaches the full stage, or even the peak stage? Chu Kuangren murmured. His eyes were filled with anticipation. At that time, he wouldn't even need to use any techniques. He would only need to throw a light punch to easily shatter the star. Even an Empyrean or Tao Lord could be annihilated with a single punch. Even slaying immortals was not impossible. There should be some asteroids nearby that I can absorb. I'll go back after I raise the star immortal body to the small success stage. Chu Kuangren murmured. His monarch will surged out like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, the information of all the celestial bodies within a radius of tens of millions of miles appeared in his mind. He locked onto an asteroid with no signs of life and flew towards it. Another month had passed. Within that 1 month, Chu Kuangren had absorbed a few more asteroids. Although the amount of energy provided by them was not as massive as the seventh asteroid, it was still enough for his immortal stellar physique to reach the initial mastery realm. Minor completion, greater completion, peak, perfection, these are the 4 stages of the immortal astral body. If I want to advance from minor completion to greater completion, the amount of astral energy required is more than 10 times that of minor completion. If I want to reach peak, the amount of astral energy required is even more unimaginable. As for perfection, TSK, I wonder if I can achieve perfection after absorbing an entire star? Chu Kuangren looked into the distance at the gigantic crimson glowing sphere. That was the star, also known as the sun. Cultivators were extremely fearful of the sun. This was because some high-level cultivators knew that the star, which was also known as the sun, was the source of all energy. The reason they were able to cultivate was all because of the sun's light and heat, as well as the constant release of energy. In other words, without the sun, Firmament Star would not have given birth to life, much less a cultivator civilization. However, the sun, which was revered by countless cultivators, was now being targeted by Chu Kuangren as if it was food. TSK, forget it. This sun is the energy source of this galaxy. If I absorb this sun, who knows if there will be other cultivator civilizations in this galaxy. However, I'm afraid the living beings in Firmament Star won't be able to escape this calamity. Chu Kuangren shook his head and said he planned to wait until he had grown to a certain level before leaving this galaxy and heading to other galaxies in the universe. Then, he would see if there was a chance for him to absorb a few stars. Firmament Star and even the entire galaxy civilization did not know that they had somehow escaped this calamity. All right, it's time to return to Fortress number 17. Chu Kuangren murmured as he took out a battleship. This was left behind by the Ghost Blade, Heavenly Honorable, and the others before they left. Upon entering the battleship, Chu Kuangren opened the battleship's barrier and the star map. After confirming the route, Chu Kuangren steered the battleship back to Fortress Number 17. Fortress Number 17, General's Residence. Grandfather, how was it? Have the orders from above been passed down? Yin Honghua asked the Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable nodded and said, after the Sky Honorable Assembly's discussion and the Taoist Master's instructions, the resources obtained from the Secret Realm will be distributed equally to the 16th, 17th, and 18th fortresses. Among them, the 17th fortress will take the majority. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable laughed out loud. He was in a great mood. That was true. This time, even he, the fortress master, had personally gone into battle. Although Chu Kuangren was a lone soldier, he had lived in the general's residence for so long, so he could be considered part of the 17th fortress. Hence, he had contributed greatly in this battle. Of course, they would take the majority of the resources. What about Brother Chu's battle merits? Yin Honghua asked again. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable glanced at Yin Honghua and revealed a meaningful smile. You seem to care a lot about Brother Chu. Yin Honghua's gaze was a little evasive as she said, Brother Chu saved all of us, so it's only natural that I care about him. Is that all? What else? Yin Honghua replied. Sigh, what a shame. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable sighed. I thought you'd finally come around and wanted to have a passionate relationship. Grandfather, what are you talking about? That's impossible. I won't think about these things before I get my revenge. Besides, he already has a family. A hint of loneliness flashed across Yin Honghua's eyes as she spoke. What? You already have a family? The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable was a little surprised to hear that. He then said regretfully, That's a shame. I really do think highly of Brother Chu. Throughout the entire extraterrestrial battlefield, he's the only one who's worthy of you. All right, back to my previous question. What did the higher-ups say about Brother Chu's battle merits? Yin Honghua continued to ask. The Ghost Blade Heavenly Honorable only raised a finger. Yin Honghua understood and sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a lot. Yes, it won't be long before Brother Chu's name appears on the combat leaderboard. Besides that, the Sky Honorable Assembly will give him a special reward. When that time comes, someone will come looking for him. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.